What if the key to immortality lay not in life, but in death, in the shadowed halls of the afterlife, where echoes of lost souls intertwine with the whispers of the damned? A trial unlike any other is about to begin. Anubis, the enigmatic guardian of the dead, stands sentinel over a realm pulsating with anticipation. Tonight, the air is thick with a palpable tension. It is a night of reckoning, where courage and despair will clash in a battle for survival that stretches the very fabric of existence. The moon hangs low, casting a silvery glow that dances upon the sands of the desolate expanse. Shadows flicker, and the haunting cries of the forgotten reverberate through the darkness. Souls, weighed by their unfulfilled desires and the heavy chains of their past, await judgment beneath Anubis's piercing gaze. The vast desert seems alive, each grain of sand a witness to the trials of those who dared to confront their fates. Anubis, with his jackal head and regal stature, embodies both fear and reverence. He is the arbiter of truth, the keeper of secrets buried deep within the hearts of the dead. As he raises his staff, the ancient symbols etched into its surface pulse with a surreal energy, hinting at the power that will soon be unleashed. A single heartbeat resonates, the rhythm of countless souls who have come before, each awaiting their own turn in this harrowing gauntlet. But change lurks in the air, thick as the scent of impending storm. Whispers of a challenger, a mortal who has defied the natural order, begin to weave through the crowd, igniting flickers of hope and fear alike. There are murmurs of a prophecy, one that foretells a test that could shatter the boundaries between life and death. What will this newcomer bring? Redemption or ruin? Destiny teeters on the edge, and the stakes have never been higher. As Anubis prepares for the trial, the desert winds shift, carrying secrets that threaten to unravel centuries of tradition. The shadows deepen and the tension spirals, tightening like a noose around the hearts of those gathered. Each soul feels the weight of a choice, to confront their past or remain shackled to it. A single misstep could seal their fate forever. The crackle of energy dances like lightning in the distance, signaling that the trial is about to commence. Hearts pound in unison, a drumbeat of fear and anticipation. The ancient stones lining the path to judgment glimmer ominously, urging the brave forward, yet warning of the darkness that lies ahead. With every passing moment, the air thickens, a heavy fog of uncertainty clinging to those who dare to hope for freedom from their eternal bondage. Tonight, Anubis will reveal not only the depths of the human spirit, but also the terrifying power of choice. In this final trial, what will unfold? Will courage prevail, or will despair claim another soul? Time ticks relentlessly onward, and somewhere in the shadows, history waits, bated breath held. For the moment, the scales of fate will tip forever. The flickering flames of a torch cast dancing shadows along the cold stone walls of a dimly lit temple. A hush blankets the air, broken only by the soft whispers of the wind as it slips through the cracks. Here, in this sacred space, a mysterious figure waits in the shadows. Anubis, the jackal-headed god whose piercing gaze seems to see through the veil of time itself. Behind him lies a world of secrets, where life intertwines with death, and the heartbeat of the ancient Egyptian beliefs pulses like a drum. Anubis was not merely a god, he was a guardian, a protector of souls wandering through the dark corridor of the afterlife. The ancient Egyptians believed that death was not the end, but rather a passage, a delicate journey from the world of the living to the realm of eternity. Anubis stood as the sentinel at this threshold, his figure cloaked in mysteries that sent shivers down the spine. His presence was both comforting and fearsome, a paradox that kept the hearts of many in reverent awe. Historically, Anubis emerged from the depths of Egypt's rich tapestry of spiritual beliefs. Before the grand temples of Karnak and Luxor, before the towering pyramids cast shadows across the sands, there was a time when the whispers of the dead resonated through the valleys of the Nile. It was in this primal era that Anubis first came to be. Woven into the very fabric of life and death, he was depicted with a sleek black coat, symbolizing the fertile silt of the Nile, essential for rebirth. This connection to the earth, to life itself, anchored him as a figure of significance in a culture that worshipped the cycles of nature. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over the fields, the ancient Egyptians would gather to honor their beloved dead. It was Anubis who presided over these rituals, guiding families as they prepared their loved ones for the afterlife. His presence loomed large on these somber occasions, a reminder that the journey beyond would be watched over. The embalming process, meticulously carried out with the precision of a craftsman, was steeped in reverence. Each incision made by the priests was an offering to Anubis, a plea for safe passage through the treacherous underworld. The ancient scrolls spoke of the weighing of the heart, a pivotal moment where Anubis would place a deceased's heart on one side of a scale, balanced against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and order. This was the moment of truth, a defining test of worthiness. The air would thicken with tension as the deceased awaited judgment, a bead of sweat trickling down their brow. If the heart was heavier than the feather, it would be devoured by Amit, the fearsome creature lurking in the shadows, a fate worse than death itself. The stakes were high, and Anubis, with his watchful eyes, was the one to guide them through this precarious moment. As the sun rose each day, illuminating the sands of Egypt, so too did the hopes of the living cling to Anubis. He was both a harbinger of hope and a reminder of the fragility of life. The rituals performed at his altars were filled with emotion, tears mingling with offerings of food, incense, and delicate jewelry. These were not mere gifts, they were tokens of love, handed over to Anubis as a bridge between worlds. Whispered prayers would rise like smoke, curling into the heavens, seeking the attention of the one who walked with the dead. Followers etched his likeness in stone, adorning tombs and temples with images of his haunting figure. Each carving told a story, a legacy of devotion that spanned centuries. As the wind howled outside, the walls of the ancient pyramids stood witness to the fervor of those who sought his favor. In the intricate hieroglyphs, Anubis remained immortal, a constant reminder of the beliefs that shaped a civilization. His name echoed through the ages, binding the hearts of the living and the dead in an unbreakable bond. In the quiet of twilight, when the veil between worlds thinned, families would whisper tales of Anubis to their children, stories that mingled with the laughter of the living. These tales were not just stories, they were lifelines, connecting generations to their past. Anubis became more than a god. He was a friend, a guide, a comforting presence in the darkness. The children listened with wide eyes, imagination igniting as they pictured the jackal-headed protector leading the lost souls home through the labyrinth of the afterlife, where shadows danced with every footstep. But even in this reverence, an undercurrent of fear remained. The very act of death carried the weight of anxiety, and Anubis, with his sharp features and enigmatic demeanor, was a constant looming figure. The ancient Egyptians understood that life was fragile, as fleeting as the flicker of a flame. Anubis embodied this duality. He was a reminder of mortality and the hope of rebirth. The promise of the afterlife rested on the belief that Anubis would guide souls, ensuring that their journey would not be in vain. As the night deepened, the stars twinkled above, casting a silvery glow over the land. The echoes of the past reverberated, rooted in the soil of Egypt, where stories of Anubis lived on. Each grain of sand held the essence of ancient beliefs, an unending testament to a civilization that embraced the mysteries of life and death. With every heartbeat, the legacy of Anubis pulsated, a rhythm that would not fade, ensuring that he remained a guardian for all eternity. The flicker of the torch extinguished, leaving only a soft glow that seemed to pulse with life. Anubis, ever watchful, stood at the threshold, ready to usher in the next soul, a figure of strength in a world where the lines between life and death blurred. His purpose was clear, and the weight of history hung heavy in the air. The moment was suspended, filled with anticipation, as the night deepened and the stories of the ancient gods continued to unfold, waiting to intertwine with the lives of those who would dare to tread the sacred paths once more. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the sprawling sands of ancient Egypt. Shadows danced along the walls of grand tombs, whispering the timeless tales of souls who had walked the earth before. Among the twisted hieroglyphs and ghostly figures, the essence of deities lingered, their presence rich and palpable. In this world, the afterlife was not just a distant thought. It was a vivid reality, filled with gods who held the power of fate in their hands, guiding the souls of the departed through a realm of judgment and rebirth. As twilight deepened, the air thickened with anticipation. Each Egyptian knew that upon death, they would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at, goddess of truth and order. Anubis, the jackal-headed guardian of the dead, stood sentinel over the scales, his piercing gaze filled with both compassion and dread. Would the heart, heavy with sin or light with virtue, tip the balance? The very thought sent shivers through the hearts of those still living. They offered prayers to the gods, invoking their favor, pleading for a safe passage through the trials that lay ahead. It was Osiris, the god of the afterlife, who awaited the souls in the field of reeds, a paradise where the departed could live in eternal bliss. His green skin symbolized rebirth and fertility, embodying the cycle of life and death that defined existence in ancient Egypt. Here, every soul longed for his approval, hoping to join him in the lush gardens that promised peace and abundance. But Osiris was not an easy god to please. He demanded sincerity, honesty, and a life well lived. The weight of expectation pressed heavily on the shoulders of both the living and the dead. Anubis, with his unwavering watch over the deceased, led each soul to the hall of two truths. The air crackled with tension as the departed awaited their judgment. Around them, the gods gathered, forming a celestial council that held the power to shape destinies. Isis, the protective mother goddess, stood by her husband Osiris, her love fierce and unwavering. She understood the pain and fear of those who had crossed the threshold of death. Her heart ached for every soul that trembled before the scales of justice. As the heart was placed on one side, the feather of Ma'at on the other, silence enveloped the hall. The very fabric of the afterlife seemed to hold its breath. Would the scales tip in favor of the soul, granting passage to paradise? Or would it falter, burdened with a lifetime of regret? The tension was palpable. Anubis, with his deft hands, guided the process, his voice a low growl as he called upon the gods to witness the judgment. The air shimmered with magic, ancient words etched in the stars, invoking the power of the gods to administer justice. But it wasn't just about the judgment. Beyond the scales lay the promise of resurrection. For those deemed worthy, the afterlife was a continuation of life on earth, filled with joys, comforts, and endless possibilities. The god Ra, the sun god, cast his warm rays over the blessed souls, illuminating their path in golden light. The imagery of rebirth was woven into the very fabric of their existence, promising that life did not end with death. It transformed. Yet, lurking in the shadows was the fearsome Amit, the devourer of souls, part lion, part hippopotamus, part crocodile. She awaited the verdict with an insatiable hunger. Souls that faltered in judgment would find no peace. They would be consumed by her jaws, lost forever in a void of despair. The very thought sent chills through the living, who reinforced their devotion to the gods, hoping to ward off the lurking dread of Amit's grasp. As the judgment concluded, the hall erupted into cheers or gasps, depending on the outcome. For the blessed, the promise of Osiris's paradise awaited. For the unfortunate, despair blanketed their existence like a shroud. The gods watched, their expressions a mixture of empathy and resolve, for they understood the delicate balance of life, death, and the choices made along the way. But the afterlife was not static. It was a canvas painted by the actions and beliefs of those who had lived. The rituals and offerings made by the living to honor their ancestors played a crucial role in the afterlife. Each prayer whispered, every meal left on the altar, served as a bridge between the worlds. The deities responded. Their divine influence echoed in the lives of those who called out to them. The connection was sacred, an unbreakable thread binding the living to the dead. As night fell, the stars twinkled above like the eyes of the gods, watching over the land. Each twinkle told a story, a reminder of the souls who had passed, their essence still lingering amidst the living. The divine and mortal realms intertwined, creating a tapestry of existence that was both beautiful and haunting. In the vastness of the cosmos, the cosmic balance endured. The deities stood vigilant, guardians of the afterlife, ready to embrace every soul that arrived. The promise of rebirth lingered in the air, a sweet, intoxicating melody that spoke of hope and renewal, even in the face of darkness. As the cycle of life continued, the gods of ancient Egypt knew that love, fear, judgment, and redemption, danced eternally, weaving their magic through the fabric of existence. Each heartbeat echoed with the stories of the past, a reminder that in the end, it was the gods who held the keys to eternity. In the flickering candlelight of a dimly lit chamber, a figure kneels before a weathered stone altar, the air thick with the scent of incense. Shadows dance across the walls, and whispers of the past echo softly, telling tales of gods and the underworld. Here, the faint sound of a jackal's howl breaks the silence, sending a shiver down the spine. This is not just any creature roaming the desert, it is a symbol, a harbinger of fate. The jackal, with its keen gaze and sharp senses, prowls the fringes of Egyptian life, its presence both revered and feared. It is not merely a scavenger, but a guardian of the dead, linked intrinsically to the afterlife and the gods who reign over it. The ancient Egyptians understood this well. They saw the jackal as a bridge between the mortal world and the mysterious realms beyond death, its wild spirit guiding souls to their final resting places. In the vast expanse of the Nile Valley, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the silhouette of a jackal became a potent symbol of the night. That darkness brought with it the promise of endings and new beginnings. In the soft glow of twilight, these creatures were thought to accompany the deceased on their journey, their eyes glimmering with the reflection of the stars above. They were the watchful eyes in the dark, the silent protectors who ensured that no soul wandered too far from the path. Anubis, the god often depicted with a jackal's head, embodies the essence of this symbolism. With fur as dark as the night sky and a gaze that pierces through the veil of death, Anubis stands sentinel over the dead. He holds the scales of judgment, weighing hearts against the feather of Ma'at. Those who had lived virtuous lives would be guided by his steady hand, while the wicked would find themselves lost, facing the ravenous beasts of the underworld. The jackal thus became synonymous with a sense of justice, a reminder that life's choices are never in vain. But not all tales are filled with light. In the depths of the desert, the roar of a jackal can signify danger, a call to the wild that sends tremors through the heart. The Egyptians understood this duality. The jackal was both a protector and a predator, a creature of instinct and ferocity. They observed the jackal digging into the earth, scavenging bones from the graves of the forgotten, a reminder of mortality that sent chills through the living. This dance with death was a constant reminder that life was fragile and fleeting. As the sun rose, casting its golden rays upon the ancient temples, the jackal wandered through the sands, leaving footprints that told stories of survival. These creatures symbolized resilience, thriving in the harsh conditions of the desert. They were a testament to the power of adaptation, embodying the spirit of the Egyptians themselves, who carved their existence from the Nile's bounty while facing the unforgiving elements. Among the people, the jackal's form began to weave its way into everyday life, slipping into art, hieroglyphs, and amulets. Each depiction carried a weight of meaning, a silent prayer for protection and guidance. In the bustling markets of Thebes and the sacred halls of Karnak, the image of the jackal served as a reminder to honor one's ancestors and to respect the forces of nature that governed their lives. The celebrations of death and rebirth echoed through the ages, and the jackal's imagery became even more entwined with the cycle of life and the afterlife. Festivals honoring Osiris, the god of resurrection, often featured rituals involving offerings to jackals, believed to ensure safe passage and divine favor. The air was thick with anticipation and reverence as families gathered, their hearts beating in tune with the rhythm of the ancient drums, echoing the jackal's call. As dusk settled again, the world transformed. The streets quieted, and the shadows grew longer. Jackals emerged, their silhouettes dancing among the tombs, prowling the edges of the known and the unknown. The people felt a shuddering thrill, a mix of fear and fascination. They understood that these animals were messengers, guiding the souls of their loved ones, but also reminders of the inevitable cycle of life and death that loomed over them. In every corner of the ancient world, stories of the jackal and its divine connections flowed like a river. The legends spoke of the covenant between the living and the dead, with the jackal standing as the gatekeeper. The Egyptians believed that the jackal could traverse the realms, slipping through the cracks of time and space, bringing news from the great beyond. Each howl echoed with a warning, a call to remember the past and honor the present. In this dance of shadows and spirits, the jackal remained a powerful symbol, a paradox of life and death. Its presence loomed large in the minds of the people, a constant reminder that every heartbeat is a step closer to the inevitable. A chill ran down the spine of the faithful as they whispered prayers, hoping for the jackal's favor as they faced their own mortality. As the night deepened, the jackals continued their haunting calls, weaving tales of loss, hope, and redemption beneath the watchful gaze of the stars. The stories of Anubis and his brethren echoed through eternity, a testament to the belief that even in death, life persists, and the bond between the living and the dead remains unbroken. The candle flickered, casting wavering shadows, while the howl of the jackal filled the air, a haunting melody that tied together the threads of existence, inviting the listener to ponder the greater mysteries that lay just beyond the horizon. In the beginning, there was only darkness, a vast, endless void where chaos swirled like a tempest, thick and suffocating. From this dismal abyss sprang forth a flash, bright and blinding, igniting the bleakness with a flicker of life. It was then that the first whispers of creation began to stir. From the depths of chaos, the primordial waters of none surged forth, rippling with potential. This was no ordinary birth. It was the birth of gods, of power, and of destinies yet to unfold. Among these gods, a striking figure emerged, Anubis, the jackal-headed guardian of the afterlife. His eyes glowed like embers, fierce and watchful, embodying the mysteries of life and death. The chaos around him danced, swirling with shadows and echoes of lost souls. Anubis stood tall, his presence a beacon amid the turmoil, a harbinger of order and balance in a world teetering on the brink of annihilation. Yet, even within his resolute demeanor, there lay an undercurrent of uncertainty. He sensed the weight of the responsibility that fate had thrust upon him, the heavy mantle of guiding souls to their final resting place. As the chaos settled, stirring the first threads of creation, Anubis witnessed the birth of the sun god Ra. A radiant orb burst forth from the waters, illuminating the horizon with fiery hues of gold and crimson. The light pierced through the darkness, casting long shadows that danced around Anubis. He felt something shift within him, a yearning to connect with this newfound brightness, a sense of purpose igniting in the depths of his soul. Yet the shadows of his past tugged at him, whispering reminders of the chaos that had once reigned supreme. In the days that followed, as the world took shape under Ra's glow, Anubis observed the emergence of life. Creatures scuttled and soared, flourishing in the fertile lands birthed from chaos. The rivers flowed with vibrant energy, and the gentle rustle of leaves sang songs of rebirth. Yet, amidst the joy of creation, Anubis could not shake the haunting echoes of the void. Chaos was never truly vanquished. It lurked just beyond the edges of existence, waiting for its chance to reclaim dominion. One fateful day, as the sun hung high in the azure sky, Anubis ventured into the sacred realm where the gods gathered. There, he was surrounded by powerful beings, Horus, Isis, and Osiris, each embodying aspects of life, death, and rebirth. Their laughter echoed like chimes, yet Anubis felt a stark contrast within himself. Their confidence and vibrancy lit the space, while he stood, a sentinel of shadows, wrestling with the fear that chaos might one day rise again. "Anubis," Isis called, her voice soft yet commanding. "You are troubled. Speak your heart." He hesitated, the words clawing at his throat. Gone were the days of simple existence. He was now bound to a destiny that demanded more than he believed he could give. "Chaos lives still," he finally murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "I fear it will return and consume all we have created." Osiris stepped forward, his presence steady and reassuring. "Chaos is part of the cycle, Anubis. From chaos comes creation, and from creation comes order. It is a balance we must maintain." His words wrapped around Anubis like a warm embrace, but the chill of doubt remained. As night descended, enveloping the world in a shroud of darkness, Anubis took to the silent sands of the afterlife. The stars twinkled above him, distant and cold, reminders of countless souls that had journeyed beyond the mortal realm. He could sense them, their whispers weaving through the night, calling out for justice, for guidance. Anubis felt the weight of their expectations pressing down upon him. They were depending on him to guide them through the darkness, to lead them to the light of the afterlife. Suddenly, a sharp howl echoed across the desert, an omen of chaos stirring once more. Anubis's heart raced, each beat a drum of urgency. He could feel the ground tremble beneath him, the very fabric of creation quaking in response. What was once a tranquil night now pulsed with tension, the air thick with foreboding. Shadows writhed, twisting into ethereal forms that beckoned him closer, threatening to consume everything he held dear. With a fierce determination, Anubis stepped forward, a guardian of the threshold between life and death. He raised his head high, his sharp gaze piercing through the night. "I will not let chaos reclaim what has been built," he declared, the power in his voice slicing through the darkness. Lightning crackled in the distance, illuminating the vast expanse around him, revealing the blurry edge where chaos lingered. The shadows responded, swirling and coiling like serpents, taunting him with visions of despair. They whispered secrets of lost souls, of lives unfulfilled, and the lurking dread of oblivion. Yet, in the heart of that tempest, Anubis felt a flicker of hope. He could almost hear the heartbeat of the world, steady and persistent, resonating within him. "Every soul that passes into the afterlife deserves peace," he vowed, the weight of his purpose solidifying. "I will protect them, even from the chaos that once ruled." The shadows recoiled at his words, hissing in frustration. Anubis thrust his hands forward, calling upon the powers bestowed upon him by Ra and the other gods. A surge of energy flowed through him, a brilliant light illuminating the darkness. He felt the chaos retreating, reluctant to yield, but unable to withstand the brilliance of his resolve. Anubis stood tall, heart pounding like a war drum, each beat a testament to his commitment to uphold the balance of creation and chaos. The night air crackled around him as he embraced his destiny, unyielding and fierce. Yet, even as he pushed back against the shadows, he knew this battle was merely a prelude to the greater struggle ahead. Chaos was not defeated. It was a constant dance, a cycle that demanded guardianship and vigilance. And so Anubis, the jackal-headed protector of the afterlife, stood at the precipice of creation and chaos, heart ablaze with purpose, ready to confront whatever darkness lay beyond the horizon. The echoes of the past intertwined with the promise of the future, and he understood that his journey was far from over. Each heartbeat resonated with a quiet promise as he prepared to step into the unknown, where the threads of fate lay waiting, tangled and shimmering, yearning to be woven anew. In the flickering shadows of an ancient tomb, the air thick with the scent of dust and decay, a figure cloaked in darkness stands sentinel, watching over the sacred passage. A jackal's head, sharp and alert, pierces the veil of night, embodying the spirit of Anubis, a guardian of souls, a harbinger of what lies beyond death. The flicker of torches illuminates the intricate hieroglyphs carved into the stone walls, whispering tales of his transformation, echoing with each heartbeat of the living and the dead. Long before he became the judge of hearts, Anubis was the protector. In the earliest days of Egyptian civilization, he was revered as a fierce guardian of graves, ensuring that the departed were safe from the treacherous hands of thieves and the chaos of the living world. His name, translating to "the one who is in the place of embalming," spoke volumes of his duties. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the desert, families would leave offerings at the graves of their loved ones, their hopes resting on Anubis's watchful gaze. The dead were not merely lost souls, they were cherished ancestors, and Anubis understood this bond. As the mourners wept, Anubis was there, his presence a quiet comfort. He guided the souls through the perilous duat, the underworld, where dangers lurked in every shadow. It was a treacherous realm filled with serpents and nightmares, but Anubis walked with a steady pace, his heart steady as he led the way, his jackal ears perked for danger. But as centuries passed, the sands of time shifted, and the world around him changed. The reverence for the dead evolved, and so did Anubis. No longer just a protector, he was called upon to judge. The ancient Egyptians believed that at the moment of death, the heart of the deceased would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice. The very weight of a life lived hung in the balance. Anubis, with his keen eyes and unwavering presence, became the one who weighed the hearts, determining the soul's fate in the afterlife. As the sun rose over the Nile, casting golden rays over the blackened sands of the desert, Anubis stood at the entrance of the Hall of Two Truths, the place where the living met the dead in their final act. Here, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation and fear. The echoes of whispered prayers mingled with the rustling of reeds as the departed arrived, their faces pale and uncertain, searching for hope in the shadow of doubt. With each heart that was placed upon the scale, a heavy silence filled the air. The scale, crafted from the finest gold, gleamed as the feather floated down, pure and light, contrasting starkly with the heavy hearts of those who had lived. The tension was palpable, each soul holding its breath, praying silently for their truth to be unveiled. Anubis stood tall, a figure of authority and compassion, his presence commanding respect. His keen jackal eyes searched the souls before him, not merely for guilt, but for the essence of who they were. One such soul, a young woman named Aset, trembled as she faced Anubis. Her life had been a tapestry of joy and sorrow, love and betrayal. She had loved deeply and lost profoundly. As she stepped forward, her heart raced, and the weight of her memories bore down on her. In that moment, Anubis felt the pulse of her fear and her hope. He reached out, his hand brushing against the feather, as if to say, "Your truth will be known." With a swift motion, he placed her heart upon the scale. The room held its breath. Would it balance? Would justice prevail? The feather shimmered, a beacon of truth, as it settled against the weight of her heart. A heavy silence enveloped them, hearts pounding, the energy charged with an electric tension. As the scale teetered, a moment stretched into eternity. Anubis's gaze remained unwavering, a testament to his role as both protector and judge. He understood the complexities of the human spirit, the joys that lifted them, and the mistakes that weighed them down. He had seen so many souls before her, yet each was unique, each heart a universe unto itself. In that brief instant, the hall transformed into a theater of emotions. The other lost souls stood, each of them clutching their own fears, their own hopes, as the outcome of Aset's judgment illuminated their path. Would she be granted passage into the fields of Aru, where peace awaited? Or would the chaos of her life lead her to eternal unrest? The outcome was as uncertain as the next breath. With a gentle yet firm motion, Anubis lifted the feather, holding it high for all to see. The room erupted in tension as murmurs flowed through the crowd. Aset's heart sank, and a gasp escaped her lips. She had been so afraid of this moment, yet she felt a flicker of hope spark within her. A belief that perhaps, just perhaps, her love would outshine her sins. Anubis, the eternal guardian, sensed this stirring within her. He had seen countless souls rise and fall, and he understood the weight of compassion and regret. It wasn't just about the scale. It represented the choices made, the love given, the pain endured. As Aset's fate hung in the balance, the echoes of the past collided with the present. Anubis's role as protector had transformed, but his essence remained the same, a fierce guardian of souls, now burdened with the power of judgment. The tension thickened, binding the souls in a shared moment of anticipation, hope, and dread. Unbeknownst to them, a profound shift was occurring, not only within Anubis, but within the very fabric of the afterlife itself. The duality of his existence was becoming increasingly complex, drawing upon the essence of the living and the dead in ways that would shake the foundations of their beliefs. As the scale finally tipped, the hall erupted in a cacophony of emotions, a blend of relief, sorrow, and the murmur of souls yet to come. Anubis stood, both protector and judge, ready to guide the next soul through the uncertain depths of the Duat, where the echoes of their lives awaited to be heard. The cycle continued, the dance of judgment and protection intertwined, leaving a haunting echo of what it meant to live, to love, and to face the ultimate truth. In the dim glow of flickering torches, the air thick with the scent of incense and anticipation, a crowd gathered in the shadowy chambers of the Hall of Ma'at. This was no ordinary gathering. It was a moment suspended between life and death, where the scales of truth would tip the fate of souls. The ancient Egyptians believed that after death, every heart would be weighed against a single feather. The feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and harmony. A heart heavy with guilt sank low, while a pure heart floated like a feather in the wind, soaring free into the afterlife. As the last breaths of a life faded into the silence of the tomb, the chilling call of the mourners echoed. They could feel the weight of the moment. Each heartbeat seemed to synchronize with the rhythm of impending judgment. The haunting cry of a jackal howled in the distance, a fitting reminder of Anubis, the god who presided over the dead. With every soul that slipped away, the question lingered. Would they be deemed worthy, or would they face a fate worse than death? A procession of priests clad in linen approached, their faces shrouded in solemnity. They carried with them the sacred scales, polished to gleam like the sun on the Nile. The heart, once the essence of a person's being, would soon be placed on one side, while the feather, so light and delicate, would rest on the other. Each priest moved with purpose, their steps echoing the gravity of what was to come. The air crackled with tension, a mixture of fear and hope, swirling together like the desert winds. Before the scales, a figure emerged from the shadows, a man who had lived a life full of choices, both good and bad. His name was lost to time, but his heart carried the weight of his deeds. He stood, eyes wide with a blend of fear and resolve, as Anubis approached. The jackal-headed god, with his gaze piercing through the very soul, was there to guide him through the passage. "Speak your name," Anubis commanded in a voice that rumbled like thunder. The man's heart raced, each beat drumming out a plea for forgiveness. "I am," he whispered, his voice trembling. The air around him seemed to grow thicker, the weight of his past pressing down like a mountain. He felt his heart pound against his chest, a reminder of every wrong turn, every selfish act. Would it be enough to tip the scales against him? Or would the lightness of his good deeds outweigh the dark shadows of regret? The priests readied the scales, their hands steady yet trembling with the weight of responsibility. The feather was placed with reverence, a symbol of the purity that Ma'at represented. As they turned to the man, there was a moment of silence, a heartbeat stretched into eternity. The world outside faded away as he felt the eyes of the universe upon him, each gaze a reminder of the lives he had touched or turned away from. With trembling hands, the priests lifted his heart, heavy and burdened by the choices made in life. The moment it rested on the scale, the crowd held its breath. A hush fell, as if the very air had drawn in its breath, waiting for the final judgment. The feather danced lightly on the opposite side, untouched by the weight of human failings. The scales were poised, balancing between the truths of a life lived and the lies whispered in the dark. As the tension built, the man's heart thudded against the scale, a desperate plea for understanding, for a chance to reveal the good hidden beneath the layers of pain and suffering. In that fleeting moment, the man recalled the laughter of children, the warmth of love shared around a fire, the times he had reached out a hand to help someone in need. Each memory flickered in his mind like stars igniting against the night sky. Yet, intermingled were shadows of betrayal and regret flickering just as fiercely, threatening to drown out the light. Anubis observed closely, his eyes as unyielding as the sands of time. The priests' faces were etched with anxiety, their hearts racing in rhythm with the man's. The scales began to tremble, tiny movements that revealed the tension building between light and darkness. The souls of the ancestors seemed to whisper around them, their wisdom mingling with the dread of the living. "May your heart be lighter than the feather," Anubis intoned, a solemn blessing that echoed through the chamber. The sound reverberated, a chilling reminder of the stakes at hand. The man's heart throbbed with anticipation, each beat a ticking clock, counting down to either salvation or eternal despair. Then, as if the gods themselves held their breath, the scales shifted ever so slightly. It was a moment that felt both like an eternity and a flicker of time. The heart began to tilt just enough for the man to feel the whisper of hope flutter within him. Could it be? Had he truly lived with goodness that persisted beyond the shadows? But just as quickly, doubt crept in, an old friend that wrapped its icy fingers around his heart. What if all those moments of kindness were overshadowed by the darkness? What if the weight of his sins proved too great? The thought sent a shudder through him, the fear clawing at his chest as he watched the feather dance defiantly on the scales. The priests glanced at one another, their expressions a mixture of fear and dread. The air seemed to crackle with unspoken words, with ancient truths waiting to be revealed. The crowd held its breath, hearts beating in sync, as if the very world around them awaited the outcome of this celestial contest. In that electric silence, the whisper of Ma'at brushed against the man's soul, filling him with a sudden rush of clarity. He realized in that moment that it was not just the weight of his heart that mattered. It was the intent behind each action, every decision that had led him here. With newfound strength, he willed his heart to rise, to shed the burdens worn for so long. As the scales trembled under the weight of destiny, the echo of his unspoken prayers filled the air. Would it be enough to tip the balance in his favor? The priests and Anubis watched, their fates intertwined with his, as history hung by a mere feather. The moment stretched on, suspense wrapping around them like a shroud. Each breath taken echoed the eternal question. What would the scales reveal? Anubis stood tall, the haunting figure of a man with the head of a jackal, surveying the shadows of the Duat. Beneath the endless sands of Egypt, a world teemed with the whispers of the past, a realm where the living and the dead danced on the edge of eternity. His gaze pierced through the darkness, a reminder of the delicate balance between life and the afterlife. The air was thick with the scent of myrrh and the sound of distant cries, echoing mournful stories of souls seeking their final rest. The Duat loomed like a magnificent, terrible maze, with twisting pathways and hidden dangers. Those who ventured here were met with Anubis, his presence both comforting and terrifying. To the living, he was a protector, to the dead, a fierce judge. It was said that when the breath of life left the body, Anubis would guide the soul through the treacherous passages, ensuring they reached their destined afterlife. He was the first to greet them, cloaked in the blackness of the night, embodying the very essence of the unknown. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient tombs, the moment came when the scales were weighed. In the dim light of the Hall of Two Truths, souls awaited their fate. A heart, heavy with the weight of sins and memories, was placed against the feather of Ma'at, symbolizing truth and justice. Anubis stood watch, his sharp ears catching every whisper of doubt and regret. Each soul had a story, each heart carried a burden. The tension crackled in the air as the scales trembled, a flicker of hope or despair dancing in the balance. The stories of the dead were woven into the fabric of Anubis's being. He knew the secrets of countless lives, the love, the loss, the struggles, and the triumphs. As he opened his mouth to proclaim the verdict, a hush fell over the crowd of spirits. Were their deeds enough to earn them a place in the field of reeds, or would they face the monstrous devourer, Amut, a fate worse than death? Every eye turned to him, searching for a glimmer of mercy. With a gesture that was both commanding and gentle, Anubis raised his hand, and the air shifted. The weight of his authority pressed down like a heavy cloak. He was not merely a judge, he was a guardian, a compassionate guide leading souls through their fears. In the stillness, a young woman stepped forward, trembling. Her heart beat loud in the silence, echoing the fear that gripped her. Memories of laughter and love flickered in her mind, but shadows of regret tugged at her heart. "Do not fear," Anubis whispered, his voice as smooth as silk, yet firm as granite. "Your journey is not defined by one moment alone." He extended his hand, and the air shimmered with the energy of possibility. She took a breath, feeling the weight of her burden lift slightly. In that instant, the ancient deity conveyed not just judgment, but understanding. Yet not all souls found solace in his presence. A man, guilty of deceit and betrayal, stood in defiance, his heart a solid stone. He believed he could charm even the god of the underworld, but Anubis's eyes bore into him, unyielding and fierce. "Your sins do not disappear with bravado," he said, his voice echoing like thunder. The man faltered, the bravado slipping away as reality sunk its claws into him. Every encounter weighed heavily on Anubis's heart, a burden he bore willingly. Each soul, a thread in the vast tapestry of existence, added to the complexity of the Duat. He felt the sorrow of mothers longing for their children, the anguish of warriors who had fallen in battle, and the desperate cries of those who had lived lives of excess, now facing their reckoning. As the night deepened, a chilling wind swept through the shadows of the Duat, carrying with it the screams of the damned. Anubis remained steadfast, a sentinel against the chaos. He guided the souls toward the bright light of rebirth or the dark abyss of oblivion, his heart aching for each one he touched. The Duat was a place of transformation, a crucible where Souls were forged anew or shattered forever. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, cloaked in sorrow. It was a child, lost and confused, who had wandered into the realm of the dead far too soon. Anubis knelt before the tiny spirit, his heart breaking at the sight. "You are safe here," he assured her, his voice soothing, wrapping around her like a warm embrace. The child's eyes glistened with unshed tears, longing for a world she barely had the chance to know. In that moment, the weight of eternity pressed against Anubis, the gravity of every soul's journey resting upon his shoulders. He knew he could not change the past, but he could offer guidance. "Follow me," he whispered, leading her through the winding paths of the Duat, where hope shimmered like stars in the night sky. But shadows loomed, and the cries of the damned grew louder. A tremor ran through the ground, a reminder that darkness was never far from light. Anubis stood tall, unwavering. The Duat was not only a place of judgment, it was also a battleground of the spirit, where each soul fought against their inherent fears. As the night pressed on, the air thick with tension, a new soul arrived, a warrior dressed in the armor of his past life. He struggled against the chains of regret that bound him, refusing to accept his fate. Anubis approached him, resolute. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the will to move forward despite it. The warrior looked up, his eyes burning with defiance. "I will not be judged," he shouted, his voice echoing through the dark. But Anubis remained calm, his jackal head tilted slightly, studying the man before him. "Your battle is not with me, it is within you." With every encounter, Anubis felt the weight of each soul, drawing him deeper into the currents of their emotions. He was the bridge between the living and the dead, a harbinger of both fate and freedom, a guardian for those lost in the shadows of despair. As he continued to guide the souls through the twisting paths of the Duat, the tension remained palpable, the air charged with the possibility of redemption or doom. The darkness was alive, swirling with whispers of the past, yet Anubis did not flinch. He would not shy away from his duty. The Duat was a living tapestry, and he was its weaver, threading together the stories of the souls he protected, each one a flicker of light in the vast expanse of eternity. In the dim light of the ancient embalming chamber, the air felt thick with the weight of history, the flickering flames of oil lamps casting eerie shadows on the stone walls. A single figure stood in the center, draped in the ceremonial garb of black, the color of night and the afterlife. Anubis, the jackal-headed god of the dead, loomed over the sacred space, a silent sentinel presiding over the most intimate of human rituals. His presence was both comforting and terrifying, a reminder of the fine line between life and the shadows that linger just beyond. Tension hung heavily as the embalmers prepared the body, a lifeless form that had once belonged to a beloved member of the community. The hum of soft chants filled the air, prayers whispered to the gods to guide the departed on their journey to the afterlife. Each embalmer moved with precision, their hands steady yet trembling with the gravity of their task. They were artisans of a craft that had been passed down through generations, a sacred duty that transcended time. With every sacred tool laid out, copper knives, linen wrappings, and jars of natron, came the weight of expectation, the burden of ensuring that this soul would find peace in the afterlife. The first step was the removal of internal organs, a process steeped in ritual and respect. As the embalmers carefully cut through flesh, a hush fell over the room, a reverence for what was being taken from the body. The heart, the seat of emotion, was left untouched, nestled within the chest, for it was believed that it would be weighed against a feather in the afterlife. The organs were carefully placed into canopic jars, each one protected by a distinct deity, guardians of the soul's essence. With each organ placed away, the embalmers whispered incantations, their voices mingling with the scent of cedar and spices, a blend that would forever linger in the air. Anubis stood watch, his eyes gleaming with the wisdom of ages. As the embalmers worked, they looked to him for guidance, feeling his presence as a protective force. The ritual was more than just a method of preservation. It was a bridge between the living and the dead. They could almost feel his breath, cool and reassuring, urging them on in their meticulous tasks. A flicker of doubt would occasionally creep in, but Anubis's shadow loomed large, reminding them of their purpose. Next, the body was treated with natron, a natural salt that would draw out moisture and prevent decay. The embalmers sprinkled it generously, ensuring every inch was covered. As the grains of salt fell like snow upon the lifeless form, a sense of urgency pulsed through the room. Time was fleeting. The longer the body remained exposed, the more vulnerable it became to the ravages of the earth. Anubis's gaze never wavered, a constant reminder that this was a sacred duty, one that required unwavering focus and dedication. With the body prepared, the embalmers began the delicate wrapping process. Layers of linen were wound around the form, each wrap imbued with love and care. They took their time, ensuring that each binding was secure, as if they were wrapping the very essence of the person's spirit. The ancient Egyptians believed that the body needed to be preserved in the best possible manner, not just for the sake of appearance, but to provide a home for the soul's return. As the final strips were secured in place, the air hung thick with emotion. Each embalmer's heart beat in sync with the collective spirit of the room, a heartbeat that echoed across the centuries. Anubis, with his keen eyes, seemed to nod in approval, his presence amplifying the weight of the moment. The honored deceased was no longer just a body. They were transformed into a vessel, a sacred link to the afterlife. But even as the last of the wrappings was secured, a chill snaked through the chamber. There was a sudden awareness that this was not just an act of preservation. It was a farewell. The embalmers felt the weight of grief, a stark reminder that life was fleeting. In that moment, they understood that every life they preserved was a testament to love, loss, and the eternal struggle against oblivion. With the body now fully wrapped, the embalmers turned to the final sacred act, placing the deceased in a beautifully adorned sarcophagus. As they lifted the heavy lid, the soft glow of the oil lamps illuminated the intricate carvings and hieroglyphs that adorned its surface. Each symbol told a story, a fragment of the individual's life, capturing moments of joy, sorrow, and everything that lay in between. Anubis watched silently, his heart heavy yet hopeful, for he knew that this was just the beginning of a new journey. In the hushed silence, the embalmers gently laid the body inside the sarcophagus, a cocoon for the soul. As they closed the lid, sealing in the warmth of memories, a wave of emotion surged through the chamber. The embalmers stepped back, exhausted yet fulfilled, knowing that they had done everything possible to honor this life and protect the spirit on its journey to the Duat, the land of the dead. Just as the candles flickered one last time, casting fleeting shadows on the walls, the atmosphere shifted. Outside the chamber, the winds began to howl, a portent of the trials that awaited the soul. Anubis, still lingering in the shadows, sensed the awakening of ancient forces, a reminder that the journey of the departed was fraught with challenges. The embalmers could feel it too. A shiver ran down their spines as they realized that while the body was prepared, the soul's path through the afterlife was uncertain and perilous. As the last echoes of the chants faded, a deep, resonating silence enveloped the room. Anubis stood, a guardian at the threshold, ready to guide the newly departed through the mysteries that lay ahead. The embalmers exchanged glances, a mixture of awe and trepidation filling their hearts. The cycle of life and death had turned another page, but the story was far from over. They could only hope that the departed would find their way, with Anubis as their steadfast guide, leading them through the shadows toward the light of eternity. Anubis, the enigmatic guardian of the dead, looms large in the tapestry of ancient Egyptian mythology. His figure, striking and compelling, invokes a strange mix of fear and reverence. With a sleek black jackal head and a human body, he stands sentinel over the realm of the afterlife. His presence is not merely an artistic choice. It pulses with emotion and meaning that has echoed through the ages. Every stroke of the brush, every chisel mark, tells a story of power, protection, and the eternal cycle of life and death. Ancient artisans draped the walls of tombs with vivid scenes, each carefully crafted to honor this deity. Imagine entering a dimly lit chamber, the air thick with the scent of oils and incense, and being surrounded by intricate frescoes that come alive in the flickering shadows. There, Anubis beckons. His eyes, fierce yet calm, seem to follow you with a knowing gaze. This was not just decoration. It was a doorway to another world, a promise of safety in the treacherous journey after death. Art depicting Anubis is suffused with symbolism, each element carrying weight. His black skin represents the fertile mud of the Nile, a stark contrast to the desolation of death, suggesting rebirth and regeneration. This imagery stirs deep emotions, igniting hope even in the face of mortality. The ancient Egyptians revered Anubis not just as a god of the dead, but as a symbol of the potential for renewal. In his presence they found solace, a reassurance that their loved ones were under his watchful eye. In ceremonial art, Anubis often appears overseeing the weighing of the heart, an iconic scene that pulses with tension and drama. As the heart of the deceased is placed on one side of a scale, a feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth, rests on the other. Anubis, poised and commanding, stands ready to judge. The heart, heavy with the weight of a life lived, trembles on the scale. Will it tip towards justice or despair? This moment, captured in breathtaking detail, sends shivers down the spine as viewers are drawn into the gravity of the ceremony. Anubis, with his eternal gaze, is both judge and protector, holding the fate of souls within his grip. Throughout the centuries, the representation of Anubis evolved, yet the core themes remained steadfast. Statues carved from granite or limestone depict him in regal postures, often adorned with gold and lapis lazuli, materials that evoke a sense of the divine. These striking sculptures were not mere artifacts. They resonated with power and presence, dominating the space around them. Visitors to temples and tombs would feel their heart rate quicken, a visceral reaction to the formidable deity rendered in stone. Yet, it was not only the grand monuments that captured the essence of Anubis. Simple amulets, crafted by skilled hands, bore his likeness, serving as talismans for the living. These small personal tokens were imbued with emotion, a desperate hope for protection in the journey beyond life. Each amulet was a whisper of reassurance, a reminder that Anubis would guide them safely through the unknown. The act of wearing such an item forged a connection between the spiritual and the earthly, a bond that transcended time. The artistry of Anubis extended beyond mere representation. It invoked the very spirit of the afterlife. Reliefs carved into tomb walls often depict him engaged in rituals that provided the deceased with guidance. He was shown as a protector, leading souls into the presence of Osiris, the god of the afterlife. The emotion in these images is palpable, a testament to the fears and hopes of those who believed. To see Anubis in such scenes is to witness the intertwining of life and death, the continuum that ancient Egyptians embraced with open arms. As artists worked to immortalize Anubis in various forms, from pottery to wall paintings, they infused their creations with a sense of urgency. The need to commemorate the dead and appease the gods was paramount. Each piece was an offering, a plea for favor in a world riddled with uncertainty. The vibrancy of color, the precision of form, all spoke to a collective desire for connection to the divine. The emotional gravity of these works resides not only in their visual beauty, but in their ability to convey hope, fear, and the profound mystery of existence. In every representation, there is a dance between light and shadow, life and death. Anubis stands at the center of it, embodying the struggle of humanity against the inevitability of fate. The tension in his imagery mirrors the tension in hearts that beat with life, knowing that one day they will meet the very figure who guides the souls of the departed. His presence evokes a bittersweet longing, a reminder of what is lost, yet also a beacon of what might be found beyond. The link between Anubis and the rituals surrounding death is woven throughout artistic expression. In paintings, he is depicted attending funerals, his presence a calming force amid the chaos of grief. In these moments, the viewer feels an overwhelming sadness, yet also a sense of peace. The artistry captures the duality of existence, the beauty and sorrow intertwined. Each portrayal of Anubis becomes a mirror reflecting the deepest fears of mortality, while simultaneously offering a thread of hope that transcends time. As the sun sets on the ancient landscapes of Egypt, the shadows lengthen, and the essence of Anubis lingers in the air. His figure transforms into a symbol of eternal vigilance. The art and representation of this powerful deity are not just artifacts of a distant past. They are charged with emotion, steeped in the beliefs and fears of a civilization that sought to understand the mysteries of life and death. As viewers turn away from the images, they carry with them a flicker of Anubis, the guardian, the protector, the embodiment of the journey that lies beyond the veil. The narrative continues, spiraling into the next chapter of human experience, where the boundaries of life blur and the echoes of the past resonate with an undeniable urgency. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient land of Egypt, where the whispers of the past still echoed among the stones. In this sacred soil, temples and shrines rose like guardians of secrets, each dedicated to Anubis, the enigmatic god of the afterlife. Here, in the hushed silence, one could almost hear the heartbeat of history, a rhythm of devotion and fear intertwined. The temple of Anubis at Sinopolis stood like a sentinel, its grand structure carved from limestone, a testament to the people's faith. This was no ordinary sanctuary. It was a place where souls were guided into the afterlife, where the living sought favor from the divine protector. As the flickering lamps illuminated the hieroglyphs on the walls, shadows danced in the corners, giving life to the stories etched in stone. Each symbol told a tale of love, loss, and the eternal journey beyond death, inviting all who entered to ponder their own fate. Within the temple's sacred halls, priests clad in linen chanted prayers, their voices a haunting melody that wove through the air like incense. The scent of myrrh and frankincense lingered, a sweet embrace that mingled with the tension of unspoken fears. Here, the weight of mortality pressed heavily on the worshippers as they approached the altar. The fragile line between life and death blurred, and in that moment, it felt as if Anubis himself was watching, his jackal head poised in eternal vigilance. In the shadowy alcoves, offerings of food and treasures adorned the altars, gifts to appease the divine. Wheat, barley, and even golden amulets lay waiting, each item pulsating with the hope of a prosperous afterlife. The faithful knelt, their hearts pounding, as they whispered their desires into the stillness. A chill swept through the air, and the flickering flames seemed to flicker in response, as if Anubis himself was listening. Not far from Sinopolis, the shrine of Anubis at Saqqara stood as a beautiful yet eerie landmark. The necropolis, filled with pyramids and tombs, served as a gateway to the underworld. This shrine was more than just a place of worship. It was a reminder that death was not the end, but merely a passage. The walls bore the weight of countless prayers, each etched with care by the hands of devoted artisans. Here, the spirits of the dead were honored, their journeys celebrated with solemn reverence. The shrine's entrance was flanked by two towering statues of Anubis, their eyes seeming to follow every visitor, instilling both awe and fear. As one passed through the threshold, the air thickened, and a palpable sense of presence enveloped them. It was said that the goddess Isis herself graced this shrine, her love and protection intertwining with Anubis's fierce guardianship. The stories of the afterlife flowed like the Nile, rich and full of promise, yet laced with a chilling reminder of the unknown that lay ahead. At Thebes, the Temple of Anubis reigned supreme, a sprawling complex that thrummed with the energies of countless souls seeking solace. The priests here were revered, their wisdom sought by those preparing for their final journey. Within the temple walls, the sacred texts on papyrus breathed knowledge, detailing the rituals necessary for a safe passage into the afterlife. Each scroll held secrets that could not be shared lightly, as they contained the very essence of existence itself. Visitors entered with reverence, their hearts beating in synchrony with the sacred rhythm of the rites performed within those walls. The air crackled with anticipation, each moment a brush with eternity, as they witnessed the sacred rites. The priests moved like shadows, their chants rising and falling, echoing the heartbeat of Anubis. With each invocation, the boundaries of time and space seemed to dissolve, leaving only the raw emotion of hope and despair hanging thick in the air. In the sands of the Giza Plateau, a lesser-known shrine dedicated to Anubis lay buried, waiting to reveal its treasures to those brave enough to venture forth. The sand shifted like whispers of the past, hinting at the sacred rituals once performed under the watchful gaze of the Jackal god. Archaeologists, drawn by visions of glory, have unearthed remnants of offerings long forgotten, broken pottery, fragments of jewelry, and the delicate bones of animals sacrificed in honor of Anubis. Each find was a piece of a larger puzzle, a connection to the souls who worshipped fervently, hoping to win the favor of the god who stood between them and the great unknown. The stories of these temples and shrines spread like wildfire among the people. Tales of miracles and divine interventions. Some claim to have felt Anubis's presence in their dreams, guiding them, warning them, testing their resolve. The faithful spoke of encounters with the god, where he appeared in the form of a jackal, leading them to lost loved ones or revealing hidden truths about their own lives. The air was thick with emotion as these stories intertwined with the lives of those who dared to believe. Yet there were also murmurs of fear. The price of neglecting Anubis's worship was steep. Souls wandering without direction, abandoned to the dark, were said to roam the earth, lost and tormented. The shadow of dread loomed over every heart that strayed from the path of reverence, reminding them that the edge between life and death was a fragile veil, easily torn. Through the ages, the temples and shrines dedicated to Anubis endured, their stones steeped in the passion and fear of the countless souls who sought solace within. The flicker of torches, the scent of offerings, the echoing prayers, they all blended into a timeless tapestry that spanned millennia. Each new worshipper who entered these sacred spaces added their own thread, intertwining their hopes and fears with those who had come before. As twilight descended upon the ancient land, the shadows lengthened and the temples seemed to breathe, alive with the spirit of Anubis. The flickering lights illuminated the path ahead, where the veil between the living and the dead shimmered, waiting for the next soul to pass through. The eternal dance of life and death continued, an unending cycle, echoing the heartbeat of a world that never truly forgot the powerful presence of the Jackal god. In the dim light of an ancient tomb, shadows danced against ornately carved walls. The air was thick with the weight of history, whispering tales of the dead. Among these silent echoes, one name stirred the imagination and sent shivers down the spine: Anubis. This enigmatic figure, with the head of a jackal and a body of a man, stood sentinel at the threshold between life and death, guiding souls through the labyrinth of the afterlife. His presence in the pyramid texts, those oldest of sacred writings, was not merely a reference. It was a testament to his paramount significance in the Egyptian pantheon. Anubis appeared as a guardian, a helper caught between the worlds. His role was to weigh the hearts of the deceased, determining their worthiness to enter the sacred afterlife. In the pyramid texts, he was invoked with reverence, his name a powerful incantation that echoed within the chambers of eternity. "O Anubis, great of might, presiding over the dead," the texts would proclaim, as if calling upon the very essence of fate. The words felt alive, pulsating with the emotions of those who sought his aid in their final moments: fear, hope, and a desperate yearning for reassurance. The pyramid texts celebrated Anubis not just as a guide, but as a protector. He was often depicted standing at the feet of the deceased, preparing them for the transformative journey ahead. The images unfurl like a tapestry, Anubis holding a scale, balancing the feather of Mayat against the heart of the departed. A single misstep could tip the scales into the abyss, and the thought sent chills through the bones. But Anubis, with his keen eyes and steady claws, ensured a fair judgment, embodying justice in the face of uncertainty. Here, in the sacred words inscribed upon stone, lay the promise of passage and the fear of oblivion. As one read further into the texts, it became clear that Anubis was not merely a functionary of the afterlife. He was a symbol of the struggle between chaos and order. His presence was a reminder of the fragility of life and the weight of the soul. Each invocation revealed a profound intimacy between the living and the dead, a bond sealed by rituals and prayers. "Anubis, come to me," they would cry, their voices trembling with a blend of reverence and longing. In those moments, he was more than a deity. He was hope incarnate, the bridge between light and shadow. The pyramid texts also spoke of his nurturing side. Scenes depicted Anubis wrapping the deceased in linen, tenderly preparing them for a journey that would transcend time. It was an act of love, an embrace that promised comfort in the unknown. The sharp scent of myrrh lingered in the air as the priests performed their rituals, and Anubis, in all his jackal-headed glory, watched over them like a vigilant father, safeguarding their souls against the terrors of the night. Yet, even in his compassionate acts, there lingered an undeniable tension. The process of judgment was not merely a formality. It was a battle. The heart, heavy with a lifetime of choices, lay bare on the scales, and Anubis stood as the arbiter of destiny. Would the soul find favor, or would it be cast into the jaws of Amit, the devourer of the dead? The stakes were impossibly high. As one pondered the weight of a single life, a lump formed in the throat, for within the text lay the unrelenting truth of mortality. Anubis was both a comfort and a reminder of the inevitability of fate. The rituals surrounding Anubis were steeped in emotion, a stark contrast to the coldness of stone. Within the sacred chambers, priests would chant his name, their voices rising and falling like the tides. They carried the essence of their ancestors with them, weaving stories of love, loss, and the relentless passage of time. Each syllable was a prayer, a plea for connection, reverberating against the walls, built to honor those who had come before. Anubis listened. He was ever present, a figure woven into the very fabric of existence. And as the pyramid texts unfolded, they revealed yet another layer to Anubis's significance, his dual nature, as both a harbinger of death and a symbol of rebirth. The rituals associated with him were not an end, but a beginning. In invoking Anubis, the living honored the dead, ensuring that their legacies would live on in the hearts of those who remembered. The cycle was breathtaking, a dance of life and death, a poignant reminder that every ending was also a new chapter in the great cosmic story. In this sacred space of reflection, emotions swirled like the incense that filled the air. Anubis, with his stoic grace, embodied the very essence of human experience. He was fear and hope intertwined, the darkness that cradled the light. The pyramid texts spoke not just of funerary rites, but of love transcending death, of bonds that even time could not sever. The narratives wrapped around the reader like a warm blanket, stirring feelings of both sorrow and solace. Anubis's presence in the texts was a call to remember, a reminder that while the body may perish, the spirit lives on. The stories carved into the stone echoed with the voices of those who had walked the earth, reminding the living that they too would one day face the scales. In that moment of reckoning, Anubis would stand with them, a steadfast guardian, watching over the heart as it dared to weigh its worth. As the last words of the text lingered in the air, it was impossible not to feel the pull of Anubis's story, an everlasting loop of connection, a cycle that bridged the divide between worlds. The shadows seemed to deepen, the whispers grew louder, and the allure of the unknown beckoned. Each heartbeat echoed the names of those who had come before, intertwining with the legacy of Anubis himself. The tale was far from over. It was only just beginning, waiting for the next soul to embrace the journey. In the hushed stillness of twilight, when shadows danced like whispers upon the ancient sands, Anubis stood sentinel, the jackal-headed god of the afterlife. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very fabric of the night, searching for souls adrift between two worlds. It was a time when the living honored the dead and the boundary between realms blurred, echoing the heartbeat of eternity. A chill swept through the air, thick with anticipation, for this was the moment when the lost would seek his guidance. The Book of the Dead, a treasure of wisdom inscribed on fragile papyrus, held the secrets of what lay beyond. The pages fluttered like the wings of a frightened bird, each line steeped in power and purpose. The faithful imbued these words with their hopes, aspirations, and fears. They believed that through the careful recitation of spells and prayers, Anubis would escort their spirits safely through the treacherous afterlife. Those who transgressed in life would tremble at the thought of his judgment, but for the righteous, he would be a beacon, leading them towards the light. Under the glow of flickering torches, the priests prepared the sacred rituals. Clad in white linen, their forms moved with an air of solemnity, reverence coursing through their veins. They knew that when the time came, Anubis would descend from his celestial perch, the weight of the universe resting upon his shoulders. With a heart that thrummed like the wings of a hawk, he would guide those who had passed beyond the veil, ensuring that none would wander lost in the dark. The cries of mourners echoed through the air, heavy with grief and longing. This sorrow was palpable, a tight knot that formed in the throats of the living as they remembered their loved ones. They knew the stories, the tales of Anubis weaving through the fabric of existence, the one who weighed hearts against the feather of Ma'at. It was a ritual of unparalleled significance, a test that determined the fate of souls. The feather, light and pure, represented truth and justice, while the heart symbolized the essence of the deceased. Anubis stood watch, patient and unwavering, as he prepared to carry the weight of those who had passed. As dusk curled into night, a procession began. The gathering of family and friends moved like a river of sorrow through the narrow streets, heartbeats synchronizing with the cadence of their footsteps. They carried offerings, fragrant herbs and sweet breads, tokens meant to appease the god of the dead. The air buzzed with the sacred energy of their devotion. At the threshold of the tomb, a hush fell, reverberating with the echoes of time. Anubis awaited them, cloaked in an aura of mystery. With each soul that approached, a profound stillness enveloped the space, as if the very air held its breath. The moment crystallized into eternity. It was here that the living and the dead converged, united by the fragile silver thread of existence. When the first spirit emerged, it trembled like a leaf in a storm, clutching at the remnants of its former life. Anubis knelt, his presence a calm amidst the chaos. With gentle hands he offered guidance, his voice a soothing balm that could quell the fiercest of fears. "Do not be afraid," he whispered, a promise wrapped in warmth. "You are not alone. I will lead you to the judgment of your heart." The spirit, shrouded in uncertainty, hesitated. Would it be deemed worthy? Would its choices resonate with the feather's weight? Anubis understood this trepidation, for he had witnessed countless souls falter before him. He extended a hand, the warmth of his touch igniting courage within the trembling spirit. One by one, the souls approached, each carrying the weight of their choices, their regrets, and their triumphs. Anubis guided them through the hall of judgment, where the great scales awaited. He stood by, the embodiment of justice, his eyes reflecting both compassion and authority. It was a delicate dance of light and dark, where the faintest flicker of hope might tip the scales in favor of the soul. The haunting cries of the damned echoed in the distance, a chilling reminder of what awaited those who had strayed too far from the path of righteousness. Anubis, ever vigilant, felt their despair. He had been both guardian and guide, a bridge between the living and the dead, and he understood the weight of his role. The moments stretched, heavy with tension, as time became an eternal loop of judgment and mercy. As the final soul stepped forward, the air crackled with anticipation. Would it find solace or face eternal separation? Anubis bore witness, his heart pounding in rhythm with the anxious spirit. He reached out, a silent prayer on his lips, sending forth a wave of light that enveloped the trembling figure. It was a gift of hope, a glimmer amidst the encroaching shadows. Yet even as the scales tipped, there was no rest for Anubis. The next soul awaited. The continuum of life and death stretched infinitely before him, a path lined with countless stories. Would it be a tale of love, loss, or redemption? Each spirit brought forth a new chapter, and Anubis, unwavering, prepared to guide them through the dark, always hoping that at the end of the tunnel they would find the light. The air was thick with the scent of incense and damp stone, a haunting reminder of the world beyond the tomb's entrance. Shadows danced against the walls, flickering in the flickering light of oil lamps, casting eerie shapes that seemed to mock the stillness of the sacred space. This was a resting place of the dead, a sanctuary safeguarded by Anubis, the enigmatic god with the head of a jackal. Revered by the ancient Egyptians, he bore the heavy burden of guiding souls through the treacherous journey to the afterlife, a path fraught with danger and despair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an unsettling quiet enveloped the Valley of the Kings. The tombs lay silent, each one a stone sentinel, guarding the secrets of those who had once ruled as pharaohs. Their bodies, wrapped in layers of linen, were laid to rest with their most cherished possessions, everything meant to accompany them in the next life. But a shadow lingered, a reminder that the dead were not entirely at peace. Anubis hovered like a spectre, watching over the remains, his dark figure a symbol of protection and an echo of dread. In ancient times, the Egyptians believed that every soul faced a judgment that determined their fate in the afterlife. Anubis stood beside the weighing scales, a solemn guardian, as the heart of the deceased was placed opposite a single feather, the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth. Should the heart be lighter, the soul would be welcomed into paradise. If heavier, it would be devoured by Amit, the fearsome creature that lay in wait. This moment was pivotal, a test that left many trembling, hoping that Anubis would act in their favor. As whispers of the night crept through the burial chambers, tales of his power filled the air. He does not judge with malice, the priests would say, their voices low and reverent. He is the protector of the innocent, the guide for those who honor the gods. Yet fear still clung to the hearts of the living. They placed offerings at the tombs, food, wine, and crafted goods, hoping to gain Anubis's favor for their departed loved ones. Could he truly intercede, bringing solace to restless spirits? The tomb's walls were adorned with paintings, vibrant scenes of life and afterlife brimming with color. The artistry was exquisite, depicting Anubis with his signature jackal head, overseeing rituals that honored the dead. He was not merely a psychopomp, but a fierce protector of the tombs, ensuring that the sanctity of the resting place remained intact, keeping out tomb robbers and malevolent spirits alike. The reverberating echoes of their footsteps would send shivers down the spines of those who dared to disturb the peace. But even the mighty had their vulnerabilities. Legends spoke of a curse that followed those who dared to desecrate the tombs. The air turned cold, a sudden chill sweeping through as the shadows thickened, and the weight of ancient anger pressed down on the intruders. It was said that Anubis himself would rise, a guardian spirit, fierce and unrelenting, exacting revenge on those who sought to disturb the eternal slumber of the dead. The stories filled the hearts of the curious with dread, tales of lost souls dragged into darkness, never to return. One night, a band of adventurers, emboldened by greed and the thrill of discovery, ventured into the tomb of a long-forgotten pharaoh. Armed with torches and tools, they laughed, their voices echoing through the vast chambers. But as they pried open the sarcophagus, a heavy silence fell. A feeling of weight suffocated the air, and their torches flickered, threatening to extinguish in the oppressive gloom. One brave soul, now pale and trembling, whispered, "What if Anubis is watching?" Laughter quickly faded, replaced by an unshakable sense of dread. The tales of the curse began to sound more real, the shadows morphing into sinister shapes. One by one, the adventurers felt a chill crawl down their spines, a whisper of a presence that lingered just beyond their sight. They turned, seeking comfort in numbers, but found only fear reflected in each other's eyes. The walls seemed to close in, and the very stones appeared to pulse with a heartbeat of their own. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed through the chamber. The sound, low and menacing, resonated in their bones. It was as if Anubis himself had awakened, a guardian roused from a slumber that should never have been disturbed. Heart racing, they stumbled backward, fear gripping their hearts like a vice. Desperation clawed at them, urging them to flee, but the entrance had vanished, swallowed by the darkness. In the flickering light, a shadow took form, a figure cloaked in black, the head of a jackal, eyes glowing with an ancient wisdom, an undeniable fury. Anubis had come, his presence a terrifying testament to the wrath of the gods. The adventurers fell to their knees, terror rendering them mute, as he stood tall, an unwavering sentinel. The weight of his judgment pressed down upon them, and panic ignited a primal instinct to survive. The air crackled with tension, the room vibrating with the pent-up energy of the dead. Time stretched into eternity, a moment marked by the thundering of their hearts. Each breath they took was laced with regret, the realization that they had disrespected the sanctity of the tomb, the final resting place of a pharaoh now shrouded in darkness. In that moment, they understood the truth. Anubis was not only a guide, but a protector, fierce and unyielding, and in his eyes they saw the weight of their fate, hanging perilously in the balance. As the shadows shifted, the fabric of existence warped, leading them toward a cliff where light danced just beyond their reach. Anubis loomed larger than life, a guardian of the threshold between the living and the dead, wielding power that sent shivers through the bravest of hearts. The tomb was not just a shelter for the departed, it was a sacred space, a passageway where The living must tread lightly, for the lines between worlds were drawn precariously close. The tension in the air thickened, wrapping around the adventurers like a suffocating shroud, as the echo of their breaths became the only sound amidst the silence of the tomb. Would they appease Anubis, or would they fall prey to the darkness they had dared to disturb? The choice lay before them, a reflection of their actions and the weight of the judgments that would forever seal their fate in the annals of time. In the flickering shadows of ancient Egypt, the air hung thick with whispers. The moon, a silent guardian, cast its silvery glow over the vast deserts, illuminating the dark figure of Anubis, the god of mummification and the afterlife. With the head of a jackal and a body cloaked in the colors of the night, he struck an imposing figure. But it was not just his appearance that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to speak of him. It was the weight of his stories, the legends that had woven themselves into the very fabric of Egyptian belief. Anubis was more than a mere deity. He was a harbinger of fate, a guide for the souls who wandered between worlds. His presence was felt in the stillness of tombs, where the dead lay wrapped in linen, their journeys yet to begin. Every night, as families prepared to sleep, they would leave offerings at their doorsteps, little tokens to please the jackal-headed god, who would protect their loved ones in the afterlife. They believed that Anubis would watch over them, ensuring that their souls would transition safely through the realm of the dead. But legends often have a way of intertwining with the darkness. One of the most chilling tales told of a young pharaoh who, in his arrogance, dared to defy Anubis. He declared himself a god among men, believing he could cheat death. His lavish tomb was filled with treasures, designed to bribe the gods into granting him eternal life. Yet, on the day of his burial, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the winds howled ominously. Anubis appeared, a specter of justice cloaked in shadow, and the young pharaoh's soul was met with an eternity of wandering. No treasures could save him from the weight of his hubris, and his spirit became lost in the desert, a warning to those who would follow in his footsteps. There was another story, one that seeped through the ages like a haunting melody. A grieving widow, heartbroken over the loss of her husband, prayed fervently to Anubis. She pleaded for a sign, a chance to speak to him one last time. The tale took a dark turn when, one night, she dreamt of Anubis standing at the threshold of her home. His eyes glinted with an otherworldly light, and he beckoned her to follow him into the shadows. With trepidation and hope mingling in her heart, she stepped into the darkness, believing she would see her husband again. Instead, she found herself in a desolate waste. Surrounded by the lost souls Anubis was tasked to guide. His warning echoed in her mind, "You must not meddle with the dead." In another corner of the ancient city, the priests of Anubis performed elaborate rituals, their chanting reverberating through the hallowed halls. They believed that through their sacred rites, they could communicate with the god, drawing strength from his essence. One priest, known for his unwavering devotion, was chosen to lead a ceremony on the night of the full moon. As he called upon Anubis, the air thickened with tension. The flickering flames of the torches cast erratic shadows, and for a moment, the gathered crowd held its breath. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating Anubis himself, a ghostly apparition hovering above the altar. The priest fell to his knees, struck by fear and awe. Anubis had come. The crowd gasped, each heart racing with a mixture of reverence and dread, knowing they stood before the very embodiment of the afterlife. Yet, the legends didn't simply revolve around fear. They sang songs of hope too, tales of Anubis as a protector. One such story recounted how he saved a lost boy, wandering through the sandy dunes, separated from his family. The boy, terrified and alone, felt the weight of despair. Just when he thought all was lost, Anubis appeared, a silhouette against the shimmering stars. The boy, with tears streaming down his face, reached out for the god. In that moment, Anubis didn't just reveal his fearsome side, he became a beacon of comfort. He guided the boy back home, the warmth of his presence dispelling the cold night air. The villagers spoke of this event in hushed tones, marveling at how Anubis could be both a guide of the dead and a guardian of the living. In the temples, stories of Anubis were etched on stone, depicting him as a judge, weighing the hearts of the deceased against the feather of Ma'at. Those who had lived virtuous lives found solace in his presence, while the wicked trembled at the thought of his judgment. The heart, they believed, would tell the truth of each soul. In an ancient papyrus scroll, the tale unfolds of a notorious thief who, after dying, stood before Anubis. The thief, confident in his cunning, expected to escape judgment. Yet, as Anubis lifted the feather and placed the heart on the scale, the weight of each sin crushed the soul with an unbearable heaviness. The thief realized, too late, that no earthly possessions could shield him from the truth. Anubis, unwavering, decreed his fate, ensuring that justice would reign for all eternity. As night fell in ancient Egypt, the stories continued to weave through the fabric of life, each thread shimmering with emotion. Anubis, the ever-watchful guardian, remained both feared and revered. His legends were not just tales of darkness, but also stories of light, guiding souls to their final resting place with both compassion and strength. With every heartbeat, the echoes of his presence resonated, lingering in the hearts of those who dared to believe, keeping the fear of death at bay, while igniting the hope for what lay beyond. Each legend about Anubis flowed seamlessly into the next, creating an unbroken bond between the living and the dead, a cycle that would never truly end. In the stillness of the ancient Egyptian twilight, shadows danced among the grand temples, whispering secrets known only to the gods. A figure cloaked in darkness stood at the edge of the netherworld, his sleek, jackal-headed visage a solemn reminder of the thin line between life and death. Anubis, the god of mummification and the afterlife, watched over the souls of the departed, but his ties to other deities shaped his existence in ways that echoed through the annals of history. Next to Anubis, a brilliant light flickered, a flash of gold and radiance that could only belong to Ra, the sun god. Their relationship was one of complexity. Ra, with all his fiery glory, represented life and the day, while Anubis lingered in the shadows of the night, guiding souls through the darkness. Together, they formed a balance, a cosmic dance where life yielded to death and death made way for rebirth. Yet, there was always an unspoken tension, as if Anubis yearned to step into the sun, to feel the warmth on his fur, and briefly escape the weight of his solemn duties. While Ra illuminated the path for the living, Osiris, the god of the afterlife and resurrection, held a deeper connection to Anubis. Osiris, once a man, had known the fragility of life and death all too well. His own brutal murder, at the hands of Set, created a bond forged in grief and duty. Anubis had tended to Osiris's body, preserving it with care and wrapping it in linen. This act of devotion didn't just mark a relationship of mere duty. It was a sacred bond built on the shared understanding of loss. Anubis would often gaze at Osiris's serene visage, contemplating the weight of his role as protector and guide for those who crossed over. The love and loyalty Anubis had for Osiris were palpable, an emotion that resonated with each soul he ushered into the afterlife. But Set, the embodiment of chaos and destruction, lingered like a dark storm cloud over Anubis's world. Set and Anubis shared a tumultuous relationship, one fraught with conflict and bitterness. Set sought power and dominance, often clashing with the orderly ways of Osiris and Anubis. Anubis, forever loyal to Osiris, stood as a bulwark against Set's malevolence, a fierce guardian of the balance between chaos and order. Their confrontations were legendary, filled with moments of heart-stopping tension, as the very fabric of the universe seemed to shake under the weight of their animosity. In those moments, Anubis felt a surge of adrenaline course through him, igniting a fire within him that pushed him to protect the sacred laws of Ma'at, the divine order that governed both the living and the dead. But the struggles didn't end there. Anubis's relationship with Isis, the goddess of magic and motherhood, was a tapestry woven with both love and respect. Isis, ever nurturing and wise, held Anubis in high regard. She understood the gravity of his role and often sought his counsel in matters of the afterlife. Their conversations were filled with deep emotion, an understanding of the burdens they both carried. Anubis admired Isis's strength, her indomitable spirit that breathed life into the land and cared for the souls of the departed. In her presence, Anubis felt a sense of calm, a brief reprieve from the weight of his responsibilities. The interplay of their energies created a harmonious connection, one that reminded Anubis that even the gods needed companionship and understanding. As night fell, the stars began to twinkle above the vast Egyptian desert, and Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing, appeared. Anubis respected Thoth immensely. He was the one who recorded the deeds of men and judged their souls. Their alliance was formed over centuries of cooperation, ensuring the souls received the proper rights and were judged fairly in the Hall of Two Truths. Thoth's quill flowed like water, capturing the essence of Anubis's duties, a partnership that transcended mere obligation. It was a bond filled with mutual respect, and in Thoth's presence, Anubis felt the weight of his task lighten. Thoth's wisdom was a beacon, guiding Anubis through moments of doubt and confusion. Yet, shadows loomed large, and the whispers of other deities could not be ignored. Hathor, the goddess of love and joy, often clashed with the austere nature of Anubis. She reveled in the pleasures of life, while Anubis remained a steadfast sentinel of death. Though their encounters sparked conflict, Anubis couldn't deny that Hathor brought color to the grayness of his existence. She embodied everything he had to forgo, and, in her laughter, he found a bittersweet echo of what could never be his. The tension was palpable, a push and pull of opposing forces that left Anubis yearning for a connection he could never truly understand. Amidst these relationships, the goddess Ma'at stood as a constant reminder of Anubis's purpose. She represented truth and justice, the ideals for which Anubis fought tirelessly. Each soul entrusted to him was a testament to his adherence to her principles. Together, they forged a path through the underworld, ensuring that order prevailed. Anubis felt a deep sense of pride in his role, yet the burden of that responsibility often left him feeling isolated. Ma'at's unwavering presence was both a comfort and a reminder of the trials he faced. And yet, there were moments of unexpected connection, lurking beneath the surface. A fleeting glance, a shared smile, or the soft brush of fur against fur. As Anubis found solace in the company of these beings, each relationship shaped him, molded him, and filled him with a mixture of emotions that often left him at a crossroads. In the chambers of the afterlife, where time stood still, Anubis found himself constantly torn between the light and the dark, the joy of companionship and the weight of duty. The threads of his interactions with these deities wove a complex tapestry, one that spoke of love, loyalty, conflict, and the relentless pursuit of balance. The echoes of their relationships lingered, whispering in the darkness, and propelling Anubis into the next chapter of his eternal existence, where the lines of fate were yet to be drawn. In the shadowy realms of ancient Egypt, where the sun dipped below the horizon, and darkness clung to the air like a heavy shroud, a figure moved with purpose and grace. With the head of a jackal and the form of a man, Anubis walked silently among the tombs, his presence both comforting and haunting. It was here, among the whispers of the dead, that he served his sacred duty, a guardian of souls caught between the worlds of the living and the eternal. Anubis was not just any deity, he was the embodiment of protection and transition. As the faithful prepared for their journey to the afterlife, dread often filled their hearts. The unknown lay ahead, a vast expanse filled with uncertainty. But when Anubis was near, a flicker of hope ignited within them. His dark eyes gleamed with a wisdom that seemed to promise safety. The people spoke of him with reverence, a divine figure who would escort them through the perilous trials that awaited them. Yet, the tale of Osiris hung heavily in the air, a story of betrayal and resurrection that echoed through the ages. Osiris, the beloved god of the afterlife, had been cruelly slain by his own brother, Set. The land mourned as the cries of the people rose to the heavens. In his absence, darkness spread and chaos reigned. But where there was loss, there was also Anubis, stepping forth to fulfill a vital role in the tapestry of fate. As Osiris lay dismembered, it was Anubis who took it upon himself to gather the scattered pieces of his beloved lord. With reverence, he wrapped the fragments in fine linen, his skilled hands working tenderly. It was a gruesome task, yet one filled with an urgency that could not be ignored. Anubis knew that this was not merely about restoring a body, it was about restoring balance to a world that teetered on the brink of despair. The process was sacred, a ritual steeped in the essence of life and death. Anubis, as the god of mummification, understood the weight of his actions. Each fold of linen was a promise, a pledge that Osiris would not be forgotten, that his spirit would rise once more to reclaim his throne. As he worked, the air crackled with an unspoken tension. The gods watched, their fates intertwined with that of the fallen Osiris. Anubis felt their eyes upon him, the pressure mounting as they waited for the moment of resurrection. With each passing day, the atmosphere grew heavier, filled with anticipation. The sacred rites pushed onward, and Anubis prepared for the most critical moment, the judgment of souls. Clad in darkness, he stood before the scales of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice. It was here that he welcomed the souls of the deceased, guiding them to face their fate. The weight of their hearts was revealed. Feathers or burdens, the balance determined their destiny. But the scene was never simple. Each soul brought with it a story, a tapestry of emotions, woven into the very fabric of existence. Anubis was more than a judge. He was a witness to their lives, their joys, sorrows, and regrets. As he weighed their hearts against the feather of Ma'at, he felt the tremors of their fear and hope. The cries of the damned echoed in his mind, while the whispers of the righteous filled him with relief. Yet he remained stoic, a sentinel standing firm against the tide of emotion. As Osiris's resurrection approached, Anubis felt the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. Would he be able to restore the balance and bring back the light? The sun set that evening, casting long shadows that danced around him, hinting at the challenges that would soon arise. The air was thick with both dread and excitement, a palpable tension that coursed through the very ground he walked. When the moment of resurrection finally came, it was a scene that would be etched in eternity. Anubis stood beside the sacred altar, surrounded by the gods who had gathered to witness the miracle. The air crackled with energy as he channeled the power of the divine. With a steady hand, he called upon the rites of rebirth, summoning the energies that would breathe life back into Osiris. As the light began to swell, Anubis's heart raced. He could feel the pulse of the cosmos, the heartbeat of creation. Would it be enough? The moment hung in the air, taut with possibility. The world held its breath, waiting. At that instant, Anubis became a bridge between realms, a harbinger of hope for the living and the dead alike. His gaze shifted from the gathering gods to the people who had placed their faith in him. They looked to him for guidance, for assurance, and he felt their collective heartbeat entwined with his own. Osiris rose from the altar, a blinding light illuminating the sacred space. Anubis breathed a sigh of relief, the burden of destiny lifting, as he watched his lord reclaim his rightful place. But this victory came with a new understanding. Anubis knew that his role was far from over. The weight of the afterlife still lay on his shoulders, and the balance of life and death remained his sacred duty. In the days that followed, as Osiris took his throne in the afterlife, Anubis found himself standing vigil once more, a guardian of souls. Each soul that entered the underworld would now carry the stories of their lives, whispered secrets that would reach Anubis's ears. He remained the quiet sentinel, the unwavering protector amid the chaos of existence. And as he guided the souls through the darkness, he felt their fears and hopes intertwine with his own, a reminder that the cycle of life and death continued. The echoes of Osiris's resurrection reverberated through the ages, weaving a story that would bind the fates of gods and men. Anubis stood resolute, his heart an eternal compass, guiding the lost and the hopeful, forever entwined in the mythos of the afterlife. As the sun set once more, casting long shadows over the sands of time, Anubis knew that his role would continue, a silent guardian in a world where the line between life and death was as thin as the feather of Ma'at itself. The night was alive with stories waiting to be told, and Anubis was there, ready to listen. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient sands of Egypt. The air was thick with anticipation. It hummed like a stolen breath, a promise lingering just beyond the edge of sound. As night fell, the world transformed, and the weight of the unknown pressed down on every soul, alive or departed. This was the moment when the earth and the afterlife brushed against one another, when a figure cloaked in mystery awaited the arrival of the souls. Anubis, the jackal-headed god, stood sentinel over the threshold of the afterlife. His dark, piercing eyes glimmered with the wisdom of ages, knowledge that could send shivers down the spine of even the most stalwart hearts. Beneath the steady gaze of Anubis, the souls trembled, caught between the weight of their past and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. The air crackled with tension, a charged atmosphere thick with whispers of judgment. What would he reveal? What fate awaited them? As the dead approached, their memories flickered like candle flames in a gust of wind. Anubis, draped in rich, flowing robes that shimmered like the night sky, held the scales of Ma'at, a symbol of truth and balance. These were the scales that would determine the worthiness of each soul, the measure of a life lived. The heart, heavy with secrets and regrets, would be laid bare against the feather of Ma'at. The weight of a single heart could tip the scales, and with it, the very essence of a person's existence would hang in the balance. But tonight was different. Tonight, the whispers of the souls carried an urgency that was almost palpable. They shared their fears, their hopes, and the flickering remnants of lives once lived. Anubis listened, his expression unreadable, a guardian of the ancient ways. The desert winds whistled through the tombs, carrying the echoes of long-lost voices and the soft cries of the mourners who had once loved them. Each soul that stepped forward felt the chill of dread dance along their spine. They were here to face not just Anubis, but the truth of who they were. In the distance, the flickering torches of the underworld beckoned, illuminating the path with a flickering glow. The souls lined up, a spectral procession of shades and shadows, waiting for their moment before the god of the afterlife. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, signaling the march toward their reckoning. Some were defiant, their spirits unbroken, while others cast weak glances, their resolve crumbling under the weight of their sins. Anubis extended his hand, and the air shimmered with power. The first soul stepped forward, heart racing like a caged bird. It was a man, once filled with dreams and laughter, now hollowed by the passage of time and choices unmade. Anubis leaned in, the scent of myrrh and sandalwood enveloping them both. The heart was placed delicately on one side of the scales, the feather of Ma'at on the other. The silence stretched, a taut string about to snap. What would the scales reveal? A moment of hope or a descent into despair? With a sudden rush, the scales tipped, and the man's fate was sealed. The echo of the judgment rang out like a tolling bell, reverberating through the hearts of all who waited. The man staggered back, his face pale as he faced the consequences of his life. Tears shimmered like stars in the night as he was led away, the uncertain promise of another chance slipping through his fingers like sand. But Anubis was not simply a harbinger of doom, he was also a guide, a protector of the soul's journey. Each judgment was a lesson, a chance for redemption. Those who passed would find themselves in the fields of Iaru, a paradise where life bloomed eternal, a realm untouched by time and shadow. Anubis held the keys to both punishment and reward, a duality that embodied the essence of existence. As the line of souls ebbed and flowed, whispers danced on the wind, tales of courage and cowardice, love and loss. Anubis's gaze remained steady, unwavering, as each soul confronted their own truth. Some came with a lightness of spirit, while others were crushed under the weight of guilt and sorrow. The memories of their lives played out before them, vivid and haunting, like a flickering film beneath the dark sky. With every judgment rendered, the tension ebbed and flowed like the tides. Some souls emerged with renewed hope, while others faded into the shadows, swallowed by the abyss of their own making. Anubis, ever watchful, was the gatekeeper of this truth, a silent witness to the lives that had unfolded and the choices that had shaped them. As the night wore on, the atmosphere thickened with a sense of urgency. The souls grew restless, the echoes of their pasts reverberating like a storm gathering on the horizon. What awaited them beyond the judgment? Would they find solace in the fields of Iaru, or would they be condemned to wander in darkness, haunted by the shadows of their mistakes? Anubis raised his hand, and the air crackled with anticipation. The weight of the moment hung like a heavy curtain, poised to reveal the next soul, the next story etched in the sands of time. The heart of the universe beat in rhythm with the souls, a symphony of life and death, hope and despair. The shadows danced around Anubis, swirling with the energy of the past, present and future, all converging in this sacred space. As the next soul stepped forward, the tension in the air surged. Each heart held a story, some bursting with joy, others heavy with sorrow. The balance of life hung delicately in the balance, and all awaited the moment when Anubis would tip the scales, revealing the fate that awaited them? What secrets would the scales unveil? What truths lay hidden beneath the layers of memory, waiting to be uncovered in the flickering candlelight of the afterlife? The night deepened, and with each heartbeat, the journey continued. The souls, tethered to their pasts, pushed forward, drawn into the whirlwind of fate that Anubis spun with every judgment. And as the shadows enveloped the sacred ground, the promise of transformation lingered in the air, waiting to be claimed by those brave enough to face the truth. The darkness of the tombs stretched endlessly, a vast void filled with the whispers of the past. Beneath the flickering torchlight, shadows danced, playing tricks on the mind. Then, emerging from the veil of night, stood Anubis, his jackal head rising with an aura of mystery and authority. With each step, the air thickened, charged with both fear and reverence. He watched over the departed, guiding souls through the treacherous journey of the afterlife, striking a balance between dread and solace. Anubis, the ancient Egyptian god of the dead, has captivated imaginations for centuries, leaving an indelible mark on both history and modern culture. From the pages of dusty scrolls to the glimmering screens of Hollywood, he has transformed into a symbol of death and rebirth that transcends time. Through his striking imagery and powerful narrative, he continues to haunt the corners of our collective consciousness, a reminder that death is but a passage. His first notable appearance in the world of popular culture can be traced back to the classic horror tales woven by authors such as H.P. Lovecraft. Lovecraft, with his knack for blending terror with the unknown, drew heavily from ancient mythologies, and Anubis was not exempt from his fascination. As eerie shadows crept across crumbling ancient ruins, readers could sense Anubis lurking, a harbinger of doom and fate. The fear of what lay beyond the veil, guided by the jackal-headed deity, sent shivers down the spines of readers, awakening their own primal fears of the afterlife. Fast forward to the silver screen, where Anubis found a new form of expression. In films like the Mummy series, he was brought forth with terrifying beauty. The scene where the protagonist faces the Egyptian underworld, with Anubis standing sentinel at the gates, encapsulated the duality of fear and wonder. The vivid portrayal of Anubis, accompanied by haunting scores, created a cinematic experience that made hearts race and palms sweat. His presence on screen was more than just an image. It was an embodiment of mortality itself, a reminder that every adventure has its end. The gaming industry, too, has not shied away from incorporating Anubis into its narratives. In titles such as Assassin's Creed Origins, players are drawn into the world of ancient Egypt, where Anubis is not merely a spectator, but an active participant in the story. The thrill of navigating through a beautifully rendered world, accompanied by the looming shadow of Anubis, fills gamers with both dread and excitement. Every quest becomes a heartbeat away from the afterlife, and every challenge a test of their very souls. Yet, the allure of Anubis does not stop at thrilling visuals or dramatic storytelling. In literature, authors have delved into deeper meanings, weaving complex narratives around the god of the dead that resonate on a personal level. Works like the Egyptian Book of the Dead not only recount ancient practices, but also explore the universal themes of loss, mortality, and the longing for life beyond death. Anubis's role as the protector of souls brings forth an emotional connection, allowing readers to confront their own fears and hopes regarding the afterlife. As the years rolled on, Anubis began to seep into other genres, from fantasy to romance. In some tales, he emerges as a misunderstood guardian, a protector of those lost in their own lives. This new portrayal evokes a softening of his once fearsome image. Instead of merely a deity of death, he becomes a symbol of hope, guiding wayward souls home. The juxtaposition of his historical significance with these new interpretations creates a rich tapestry of emotions, inviting readers to ponder the delicate balance between life and death. Television has also embraced Anubis, weaving him into storylines that range from the eerie to the comedic. In series like American Horror Story, he appears in chilling moments, his figure shrouded in mystery, a constant reminder of the darkness that lies just beyond the light. Meanwhile, in humorous takes on ancient myths, he may be portrayed as a whimsical character, making light of mortal fears. This playful representation does not erase his ominous roots. Rather, it offers a fresh lens through which to view an ancient deity, allowing audiences to reflect on their own perceptions of death and the afterlife. The march of technology has further solidified Anubis's presence in modern culture. Virtual reality experiences transport individuals to ancient Egypt, where they can interact with the god in ways never imagined. The thrill of standing before Anubis, feeling the weight of his gaze, stirs a primal instinct, evoking raw emotion. Each encounter becomes a moment suspended in time, where past and present collide, and the essence of Anubis bridges the gap between ancient beliefs and contemporary fears. Even in music, the haunting allure of Anubis persists, from the haunting melodies of symphonic compositions to lyrics that touch upon the themes of death and rebirth. Artists have found inspiration in his enigmatic nature. The rhythms and beats echo the heart's quiet thumps, creating a symphony that resonates deep within the soul. The jackal-headed god, with his rich history, offers a backdrop that transforms mere tunes into evocative stories, each note a brushstroke on the canvas of human emotion. With every portrayal, Anubis evolves, reflecting the changing tides of society and the ever-present curiosity surrounding the afterlife. From terrifying spectre to misunderstood guardian, he mirrors humanity's own struggles with mortality, loss, and the quest for meaning. The complexity of his character fosters an emotional connection that resonates across cultures, timelessly weaving him into the fabric of popular culture. The allure of Anubis continues to grow, a testament to the power of myth and the human desire to understand the mysteries of life and death. His presence lingers, a shadow cast over the storytelling landscape, inviting deeper exploration into the realms of fear, hope, and the eternal question of what lies beyond. Each story, each film, each note of music contributes to a greater narrative that refuses to fade, keeping the spirit of Anubis alive in the hearts and minds of all who dare to contemplate their own mortality. The air was thick with incense, a heady mix of myrrh and frankincense that hung in the dimly lit chamber, curling like spectral fingers around the walls. Shadows danced, flickering against the stone, each movement whispering ancient tales of loss and reverence. The flickering light caught the glossy black of a wooden figure, Anubis, the jackal-headed god, standing guard over a lifeless form draped in fine linen, the last embrace of the living world. It was a scene both haunting and beautiful, where the boundary between life and death blurred under the watchful gaze of the ancient deity. As the sun surrendered to the horizon, darkness enveloped the land, but in the quiet sanctuaries of Egypt, the rituals of death began their sacred dance. Families gathered, their faces painted with sorrow and resilience, each heart a vessel of grief. They knew that in the presence of Anubis, the soul was not lost but transformed. This was a moment where the heartbeat of the living met the stillness of the departed, a sacred threshold where emotions tangled like the intricate patterns of a woven tapestry. The priests moved with purpose, clad in linen tunics, their bodies adorned with amulets that shimmered against the flickering flame. Each step was imbued with significance, every gesture a prayer, as they prepared the body for the journey to the afterlife. They poured oils and perfumes over the lifeless form, their hands gentle yet firm, as if to soothe the spirit now untethered from its earthly shell. The scent mingled with the incense, creating an atmosphere both mournful and serene, a space where time itself seemed to hold its breath. As the priests worked, the sounds of mourning filled the air. The mourners, draped in dark garments, lifted their voices in a haunting melody, an elegy for the departed. Their tears were a testament to the bond shared in life, a bond that even death could not sever. Anubis, in his eternal wisdom, watched over them, his presence a promise that this was not the end, but a passage to something greater. The heart of the ritual lay in the act of mummification, a sacred process steeped in the belief that the body must be preserved for the soul to find its way in the afterlife. With careful hands, the priests removed internal organs, placing them in canopic jars, each one protected by a specific deity, each jar containing a piece of the departed's essence. The body was then packed with natron, a natural salt, to dry it out, preserving it against the ravages of time. This meticulous care was a final act of love, a way to honor the life that had been lived. Outside, the desert wind whispered secrets of ancient times. Sand dunes, undulating like waves, held stories of pharaohs and peasants alike. Yet, within the dim chamber, the outside world faded, replaced by the solemnity of the moment. Anubis stood sentinel, embodying both the fearsome guardian and the gentle guide, ensuring the soul would find its way through the labyrinthine halls of the afterlife. As night deepened, the final rites commenced. The priests, voices steady yet reverent, recited incantations that echoed through the chamber like a spell of protection. They called upon the gods, invoking their names as if to weave a tapestry of divine intervention around the departed soul. Anubis, with his watchful eyes, was not merely a figure of death but a beacon of hope, promising safe passage through the treacherous realms beyond. Family members, their hearts heavy with sorrow, placed personal items beside the body, jewels, food, and cherished tokens, believing these offerings would accompany the soul on its journey. The items were imbued with love, a reminder that though the physical presence was gone, the memories remained. Each item was a thread that connected the living to the dead, binding them together in an unbreakable bond. In a corner, a young boy clutched a small toy, tears streaming down his cheeks. In his innocent grasp lay the weight of loss, an understanding beyond his years. He whispered softly to the figure of Anubis, "Will you take care of him?" The air shifted, charged with emotion, as if the very essence of Anubis reached out, promising the boy that his loved one was safe, that love transcended even the finality of death. Then came the moment of unveiling, a ritualistic acknowledgement of the soul's transition. The body, now prepared, was placed within a beautifully adorned sarcophagus, each design etched with symbols and prayers for protection. Anubis loomed nearby, a silent witness to the profound sorrow of those left behind. The heavy lid was lowered, sealing the body within its eternal resting place as a collective breath echoed through the chamber. A moment suspended in time, a heartbeat silenced. The mourners began to chant, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the Nile. Each sound resonated with the weight of their grief, mingling with the incense, forming a symphony of loss and remembrance. Flames flickered softly, casting long shadows that danced across the walls, as if the spirits of the departed swirled within the room, offering solace to their loved ones. Anubis remained steadfast, the guardian of the gate between life and eternity. He personified the mystery of death and rebirth, a comforting presence amid the chaos of emotions. The chamber felt alive with the energy of the past, the spirits of the ancestors wrapped around the mourners like a cloak, whispering words of comfort and strength. As the final prayers faded, the mourners prepared to leave, carrying with them the weight of their loss and the warmth of memories shared. Anubis, the eternal guide, lingered in their hearts, a reminder that while the physical form may perish, the essence of love remains, forever intertwined with the soul's journey into the unknown. The ancient rituals of death were not a farewell, but a passage, a sacred promise that the cycle of life would continue, echoing through the ages. In the muted light of a flickering oil lamp, shadows danced upon the ancient stone walls of a dimly lit chamber. The air was thick with the scent of myrrh and incense, mingling with a sense of reverence that clung to the very fabric of the room. Here, the heart of ancient Egypt beat steadily, echoing with whispers from a time long past. It was a sanctuary dedicated to Anubis, the enigmatic god of the afterlife, his presence woven into every corner. As the clamor of the outside world faded, the atmosphere transformed into something sacred. The figures of priests dressed in flowing linen robes moved gracefully like specters through the chamber. Their solemn faces reflected a profound understanding of the weight of their duties. Each step they took was deliberate, a rhythmic dance of faith and fear, for they carried with them the offerings destined for Anubis. These were not mere gifts, they were lifelines, bridges connecting the living with the dead. The offerings poured forth, jars of honey, loaves of bread, vessels of wine. Each item was chosen with care, for it was believed that Anubis needed sustenance for the journey of souls. A single loaf of bread, warm and fragrant, could carry the hopes and dreams of a grieving family. Honey, sweet as the memories of the departed, promised a taste of life beyond the grave. Each offering held a promise, a pact, sealed between the living and the divine. In the flickering glow, the priests began to chant, their voices intertwining like the threads of fate. The ancient words rose into the air, a plea for mercy and protection. It was a haunting melody, echoing through the corridors of time, resonating with those who had come before. The faithful gathered outside the chamber, eyes glistening with unshed tears, hearts pounding with the weight of loss. They whispered the names of their beloved dead, hoping that the god would hear their cries and guide their loved ones safely into the afterlife. Anubis, with his canine head and human body, stood as a guardian, a sentinel over the realm of the dead. His role was one of profound significance. He was not just a deity, but a protector of the heart, weighing the souls of the departed against the feather of Ma'at, the embodiment of truth and justice. The offerings were not merely gifts, but sacred tokens of trust. They symbolized the hopes of the living that their loved ones would be treated with kindness in the afterlife. But what of those who arrived empty-handed? The thought sent a chill through the air. In the eyes of Anubis, the weight of a soul was measured not just by deeds, but by the offerings laid at his feet. For the ancient Egyptians, the act of giving was a reflection of one's love, devotion, and care. Each offering was a plea for favor, a desperate attempt to sway the god's judgment. Would a soul wander aimlessly, lost and forgotten, if it lacked the gifts to guide it? The fear of eternal darkness loomed like a storm cloud over the faithful. As the priests placed each offering at the base of Anubis' statue, reverence hung in the air, thick as fog. The flickering flames illuminated the intricately carved features of the god, his gaze unwavering, both fierce and compassionate. They understood that Anubis, though fearsome, was a deity who understood the pain of the living. He held the power to bring solace amidst sorrow, to offer reprieve from the overwhelming weight of grief. On the outskirts of the gathering, a young woman clutched a small jar of honey to her chest. Her face, a canvas of anguish and hope, mirrored the struggles that haunted her heart. She had lost her brother, a brave warrior who had fought valiantly only to fall in battle. She had come to offer what little she could, a token representing the sweetness of their shared memories. As she approached the altar, her knees trembled and tears streamed down her cheeks like rivers of sorrow. What if her offering wasn't enough? What if Anubis turned away, leaving her brother to roam the shadows forever? The whispers of the crowd faded as she stepped closer. Each heartbeat echoed in her ears, a relentless reminder of the stakes. The air crackled with tension, thick with unspoken prayers. As she placed the jar before the statue, the world around her faded away. In that moment, it was just her brother, and Anubis. She closed her eyes, drawing strength from her memories, willing her love to resonate beyond the veil that separated life from death. But the tension in the room shifted unexpectedly. A low rumble echoed through the chamber, as if the very earth were responding to the offerings laid before the god. The priests halted their chants, eyes wide with fear and awe. What were they witnessing? Was it a sign? The flickering flames cast long shadows, warping the figure of Anubis into a mesmerizing specter, a harbinger of fate. The tension was palpable. The air crackled with an electricity that sent shivers down spines. In that charged moment, the line between worlds blurred. The young woman felt a warmth envelop her, a connection to her brother that transcended the confines of existence. Anubis stood as both judge and comforter, his dark eyes piercing through the veil of sorrow. She felt a flicker of hope ignite within her soul. Perhaps her offering was more than just a jar of honey. It was a thread binding her to her brother, a promise that love could not be extinguished, even in death. The offerings continued, each one a testament to the love and grief shared among families. For the ancient Egyptians, to honor the dead was to embrace the bittersweet cycle of life and loss. Those who gathered knew that every offering carried weight, a sacred duty that echoed through generations. Anubis, ever watchful and protective, remained a constant presence, guiding souls through the darkness of the afterlife with grace and compassion. And as the final offerings were laid before him, the weight of anticipation hung heavily in the air. The priests bowed their heads in reverence, and the faithful clasped their hands in silent prayer. Together they awaited the judgment of Anubis, knowing that the bonds of love, forged in life, would echo in eternity. The flickering flames cast a warm glow, illuminating the path between the worlds, a connection between the living and the dead that would never truly fade away. In a dimly lit chamber lined with the flickering shadows of torches, the air hung heavy with the scent of myrrh and incense. Before a grand, intricately carved altar, the figure of Anubis loomed. With the head of a jackal and the body of a man, he stood as the sentinel between life and death, watching over the souls of the departed. His piercing gaze seemed to reach into the very essence of those who had crossed the threshold of the living. They felt his presence like a cold shiver down their spine. It was not just fear they felt, but something deeper, an understanding that their fate rested in his hands. As souls approached, the weight of their lives pressed upon them. Every joy, every sorrow, every shadow they had cast now laid bare. Anubis raised his scale, a magnificent symbol of balance, where the heart of the deceased would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the embodiment of truth and justice. The heart, heavy with the burdens of earthly choices, trembled on one side, while the feather danced lightly on the other. This was no mere ritual, it was the very heartbeat of justice, echoing through eternity. In this sacred moment, Anubis was not just a judge, but a guardian of the cosmic order. The ancient Egyptians believed that life was a delicate balance, maintained by the principles of Ma'at. She was the goddess of truth, balance, and morality, a force that held the universe together. Without her, chaos would reign, and the world would descend into darkness. Whispers of her name echoed through the ages, a haunting reminder of the thin line between right and wrong. As the first soul stepped forward, Anubis watched intently. Memories flickered across the stranger's mind, faces of loved ones, moments of kindness, and instances of betrayal. The weight of each decision pressed down like an anchor, and for a moment, time stood still. Would the heart prove lighter than the feather, or would the sins of the past drag it into the abyss? Anubis felt the tension, a palpable energy that crackled in the air, and he knew the truth of the soul would soon be revealed. The heart was placed delicately on one side of the scale, quivering with uncertainty. The feather, radiant and pure, rested opposite it. Anubis leaned closer, his dark eyes searching for the truth hidden within. The silence was deafening, broken only by the rustle of the souls behind, waiting for their turn. The moment stretched, and with it, the fear and hope of those watching intertwined, creating an invisible thread of shared emotion. Then came the fateful moment. The scale began to tip. Anubis's heart raced in sync with the pulse of the world. If the heart outweighed the feather, the soul would be consumed by the fearsome devourer, Amit, a creature that represented the ultimate loss and despair. But if it was light, the soul would pass on to the field of reeds, a paradise where they would find eternal peace. The tension was unbearable. Every spirit present felt it, as if their own fates hung in the balance. The scale settled at last. Anubis's expression remained calm, but inside he felt the churn of emotions. The heart had proven pure, its weight dissipating. A collective sigh echoed through the chamber, a wave of relief washing over the gathered souls. Anubis smiled gently, welcoming the soul into the afterlife. This was his purpose, not merely to judge, but to guide, to protect the essence of Ma'at that thrived within each individual. The fleeting moment of joy was bittersweet, a reminder of the struggles and sacrifices that each soul had endured during their lifetime. As the next soul stepped forward, the atmosphere shifted. Anubis braced himself. This one carried a heavier burden, a heart stained with regrets and misdeeds. It was palpable. The darkness radiated from the soul like a fog. Not only did this individual fear judgment, but they also trembled at the thought of facing the consequences of their choices. Anubis felt the weight of their shame, a reminder of the delicate balance they had disrupted in life. Once again, the heart lay against the feather, the scale quaking beneath the pressure of truth. Anubis closed his eyes for a fleeting moment, drawing upon the wisdom of Ma'at. He wanted to whisper comfort to the soul, to remind them that even in darkness, there was a flicker of light. The tension was mounting, unbearable now. As the scale began to tip, Anubis opened his eyes, ready to confront the reality that lay before him. The scales swung decisively. The heart was heavier, laden with sorrow and guilt, a testament to choices that had shattered the fabric of Ma'at. A deep growl echoed from the shadows as Amit stirred, eager for the feast. Anubis's heart ached. This was the painful truth he had to uphold. With a heavy hand he gestured, and the soul was drawn away, lost forever to the realms of despair. The air thickened with a sense of grief, a reminder that justice, while often harsh, was necessary to restore balance. But Anubis remained resolute, understanding that chaos could not dominate the universe. Each soul's journey through his chamber was a testament to the enduring power of Ma'at. The rhythm of the scales continued, a drumbeat of life and death, of choices made and fates sealed. Anubis's heart beat in time with the history of his people, the stories etched into the very fabric of their existence. Even as he faced despair, Anubis found solace in the truth. Justice would prevail. The wheel of life and death turned on the axis of Ma'at, and he was its unwavering guardian. The chamber held echoes of countless souls, each a story waiting to be told, each a thread in the vast tapestry of existence. As the next soul approached, Anubis felt the weight of their life pressing against him, and with it, the unwavering commitment to uphold the order of the cosmos. The air was electric with possibility, and the scale awaited its next testament to the timeless dance of justice. The moon hung heavy in the ink-black sky, casting a silver glow over the ancient sands of Egypt. Whispers of the past rustled through the palm trees, weaving tales of gods and the mysteries of life beyond the grave. It was in this sacred land, where the Nile flowed like a lifeblood, that Anubis, the jackal-headed guardian of the afterlife, stood watch over the souls of the departed. His dark eyes, pools of unyielding wisdom and solemnity, seemed to pierce through the veil, separating the living and the dead. There was an air thick with anticipation, a sense that something extraordinary was about to unfold. The ancient rituals of mummification had begun, and every heartbeat echoed the pulse of a civilization that revered the afterlife more than life itself. The embalmers, skilled artisans in linen and resin, worked meticulously, knowing that their efforts would determine the fate of the departed. They whispered prayers to Anubis, seeking his guidance and protection as they prepared the body for its journey into the unknown. With each carefully placed bandage, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. What awaited the soul beyond the weighty gates of the afterlife? Would it find peace, or would it be doomed to wander the shadows forever? The mummified figure, wrapped tightly in its linen shrouds, lay in the cool darkness of the tomb, surrounded by treasures meant to accompany it on this final voyage. Gold, jewelry, and everyday items filled the chamber, all serving a purpose greater than mere adornment. They were tools for survival in the afterlife. As night deepened, the flickering light of oil lamps danced along the walls, illuminating hieroglyphs carved with precision and reverence. Each symbol told a story of the journey ahead, where the heart would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at, goddess of truth and justice. Anubis would preside over this sacred moment, a silent observer whose very presence commanded respect and awe. The heart, a vessel of one's deeds, would reveal the soul's true essence. Tension crackled like static in the air as a group of mourners gathered outside the tomb. They wore garments of linen, faces smeared with ash, each one reflecting grief and hope in equal measure. Tears mingled with prayers as they called upon Anubis, asking for mercy and favor. Their voices rose and fell, a haunting melody that echoed against the stone, resonating with the weight of their loss. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed through the night, sending shivers down the spines of the living. It was as if Anubis himself acknowledged their heartfelt pleas, a reminder that he was always listening, always watching. The mourners fell silent, their gazes turned to the entrance of the tomb, where shadows danced ominously. It was in this stillness that the true nature of fear and faith collided, creating a palpable energy that enveloped them. Inside the tomb, the time of reckoning was near. The mummified body lay still, but the air shimmered with an unspoken tension, as if the very fabric of existence held its breath. Anubis, the keeper of secrets, stepped forward, his presence commanding the space with an authority that was both terrifying and comforting. The weight of his gaze felt like a judgment, but also a promise. He would guide the soul through the trials that awaited. As the moments stretched on, the sound of footsteps echoed through the chamber. A figure clad in white approached the sarcophagus, eyes filled with determination and fear. This was the soul's guide, entrusted with the sacred duty of leading the departed through the maze of the afterlife. Anubis regarded them both with an intensity that made the air vibrate. The guide knelt, placing a hand upon the chest of the mummified figure, a silent vow of loyalty and protection. Outside, the mourners began to chant again, their voices rising like smoke into the night sky. The rhythm pulsed through the earth, an invocation that reached Anubis himself. He could feel the energy swirling, a connection woven between the living and the dead. The guide's heart raced, sensing the impending transition. The moment was near, they could feel it in the very marrow of their bones. Suddenly the soft rustle of wings filled the air, and the ethereal figure of a spirit appeared, cloaked in shimmering light. It was the essence of the departed, caught between worlds, trembling with anticipation. Anubis stepped closer, his form a dark silhouette against the glow of the spirit. With a gesture both graceful and commanding, he invited the soul forward, ushering it into a new realm filled with uncertainty and hope. The mourners watched in reverent silence, their hearts pounding in their chests as they witnessed the sacred rite. Time seemed to slip away, a concept irrelevant in the face of eternity. The air was thick with emotions, fear of judgment, longing for connection, and an unwavering belief in the afterlife's promise. As the spirit began to move forward, the feather of Ma'at appeared, suspended in the air, glowing with a light that seemed to pierce through the darkness. The moment held its breath. Would the heart be heavy with sin or light with virtue? Each second stretched, the intensity radiating through the tomb like a storm about to break. Anubis, with an air of solemnity, prepared to weigh the heart against the feather, the most critical moment in a soul's journey. An invisible thread connected the living to the dead, binding them in a dance of fate, ever entwined. The crowd outside felt the shift, the weight of their hopes and fears merging into a collective heartbeat. The fate of the departed lay in the hands of a God who understood the struggle of humanity, the choices made, the loves lost, and the regrets held close. As the scale began to tip, the silence was deafening. Anubis's eyes shone with an understanding that transcended time itself. He knew the truth of every soul that crossed his path. The secrets of their lives laid bare. What lay ahead for this spirit? And how would it affect those who remained? The answer hung in the air, thick with anticipation, waiting for the moment when the scales would finally balance, revealing the eternal truth of life, death, and what lay beyond. Beneath the vast, star-studded sky of ancient Egypt, where the Nile whispered tales of gods and pharaohs, Anubis stood, vigilant, a shadowy figure whose presence evoked awe and fear. With the head of a jackal and a body like a man, he was both protector and guide, watching over the souls of the departed, with an intensity that sent shivers down the spine. In the dim light of flickering torches, the atmosphere crackled with tension as families gathered to honor their loved ones, knowing that Anubis would be there, lurking in the shadows, ready to claim his role in the passage to the afterlife. The rituals surrounding death were not mere traditions. They were sacred passages that wove the fabric of existence for the ancient Egyptians. As the mourners wept and offered gifts, their hearts heavy with loss, they also felt an undeniable connection to Anubis. His name was whispered with reverence, a prayer for safe passage through the treacherous journey that awaited the souls of the departed. The very air seemed to thicken with the soul's whispers, calling out for his protection. In tombs adorned with vibrant hieroglyphs, the faithful depicted Anubis overseeing the weighing of the heart ceremony, where the deceased faced judgment. The heart, heavy with the weight of deeds done in life, was placed on one side of a scale, while the feather of Ma'at, symbolizing truth and justice, rested on the other. The outcome decided their fate. A light heart would lead to eternal peace, while a heavy heart condemned the soul to darkness. Anubis, with his piercing gaze, stood by as the scales tipped, embodying the very essence of judgment and balance. On the edge of the desert, where the sand sang stories of old, ancient priests gathered to perform rituals that would ensure Anubis remained vigilant. They poured offerings of wine and grain, their hands shaking as they chanted sacred verses, each word a binding spell, each gesture a plea for the gods' favor. The flickering flames danced in rhythm with their heartbeat, a reminder of the thin line between life and death, and the power Anubis held over that boundary. The priests felt an electric charge in the air, an omen that Anubis was listening, his enigmatic presence wrapping around them like a cloak. As darkness fell, the temples echoed with the sounds of the dead. Shadows flickered on the walls, resembling the figures of those who had come before. Incense spiraled upwards, filling the air with a sweet, heavy aroma that seemed to awaken the spirits. Here, Anubis was not just a figure of legend. He was a palpable force, an unseen guardian standing watch, ensuring that no soul was left behind. His influence reached into every corner of Egyptian life, a constant reminder of mortality and the eternal journey that lay beyond. Children whispered tales of Anubis, their voices trembling with a thrill of fear. He was the keeper of the gates to the afterlife, a mysterious figure whose heart was as dark as the night sky. They believed that when their time came, he would be there, guiding them, protecting them from the terrors that lurked in the shadows. Even the bravest warriors felt a chill when they thought of crossing paths with Anubis, who represented both an end and a beginning. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sacred rituals continued, the energy palpable and thick. The people felt Anubis's presence in every heartbeat, every whispered prayer. They knew that in honoring him, they were also honoring their loved ones, ensuring their safe passage into the afterlife. Anubis was both a distant deity and an intimate guardian, a paradox that stirred emotions deep within their souls. The stakes felt impossibly high, and the responsibility of ensuring the deceased were treated with utmost respect weighed heavily on their hearts. In the silence that followed each ceremony, there was a profound stillness, an almost deafening quiet, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. It was in these moments that the legacy of Anubis came alive, echoing through the ages. His image graced the walls of tombs, his name etched into the very stone of history. Generations would honor him, invoking his name in moments of grief and reverence. He was the bridge between this life and the next, a steady hand guiding the lost through the vast unknown. Artists painted elaborate murals depicting Anubis, his jackal head poised as if ready to pounce, a symbol of both life and death intertwined. His legacy was not merely of fear, but of love and protection, a comforting presence in the face of the great unknown. Families would gather to tell stories of their ancestors, their voices rising in a chorus of remembrance, calling upon Anubis to bless their memories and safeguard their loved ones. Each story ignited a flicker of hope, a belief that no one truly departed as long as their memory lived on. As the moon rose high in the night sky, casting a silver glow over the land, the legacy of Anubis continued to resonate. He was more than a god of the dead. He was a reminder that love transcended even the greatest of divides. In each heart that beat, in every tear that fell, Anubis lived on, a testament to the strength of the bonds that connected the living and the dead. The very fabric of existence was intertwined with his essence, creating a legacy that would stretch across centuries, ensuring that no soul would ever be forgotten. He stood, eternal and watchful, at the crossroads of life and death, a fierce protector of the vulnerable souls who dared to journey into the unknown. With every heartbeat, the ancient Egyptians felt his presence, an unbreakable bond that tied them all together across time and space, whispering a promise that Anubis would always be there, guardian, guide, and eternal legacy. As night deepened and the stars twinkled like the eyes of the gods above, the air shimmered with the weight of history, carrying forward the stories and hopes of those who believed, drawing them closer to the next chapter that awaited beyond the veil. In the shadows of the Great Pyramids, as the sun dipped below the horizon, there was a pulse, the heartbeat of a civilization that knew both the weight of loss and the promise of the afterlife. Anubis, the enigmatic god with a jackal's head, stood vigilant, his presence a blend of fear and reverence. He was the guardian of the dead, a figure draped in the contrasts of life and death, guiding souls through the perilous journey into the unknown. From the earliest days of the Old Kingdom, Anubis was woven into the fabric of Egyptian beliefs. The rituals surrounding death were not merely customs, they were lifelines to the afterlife. Families would gather, their hearts heavy with grief, as priests donned the symbols of Anubis, their incantations reverberating through the air like a haunting melody. He was a protector, ensuring that the deceased would not wander aimlessly in the darkness. The mummification process, the intricate wrapping of the body, was as much about honoring Anubis as it was about preserving the physical form. The careful preparation of the body was a dance of love and fear, each movement steeped in the hope that Anubis would accept the offering and guide the soul safely to the field of reeds. As the centuries rolled on through the Middle Kingdom and into the New Kingdom, Anubis evolved, yet remained a constant in the minds of the people. He was not just a deity, he became a symbol of hope amid the chaos of life and death. The tombs grew grander, and the rites more elaborate. In the dim light of candle flames, priests adorned themselves in black, echoing the color associated with Anubis, the color of fertile soil and rebirth. Here, in this sacred space, the air hung thick with incense, a fragrant promise that the essence of the dead would rise anew. In the 18th dynasty, Anubis found himself intertwined with other deities. The rise of Osiris, god of resurrection, brought a shift in the narrative. While Anubis remained the guardian, Osiris took the role of the judge, weighing the hearts of the deceased against the feather of Ma'at. The scale was a symbol of balance, but it also cast a shadow of fear. What if the heart was heavy with sin? What if Anubis failed in his duty? These thoughts clouded the minds of those who sought solace in the rituals. The duality of fear and faith echoed through the centuries, each generation adding layers to the mythology, while clinging to the core belief that Anubis would stand sentinel at the gates of the afterlife. As the dynasties shifted, so too did the representations of Anubis in art and sculpture, from the majestic statues that adorned the tombs of pharaohs to the delicate carvings in the walls of temples. He was depicted in countless forms. Each sculptor infused a piece of their soul into their work, capturing the essence of a god who was both fierce and nurturing. His jackal head, sharp and piercing, embodied the wildness of nature, while his human body represented the intricate bond between life and death. The introduction of the Greeks and later the Romans brought with it a wave of cultural exchange. Anubis became a subject of fascination, his image reinterpreted in new ways. The Greek influence painted him as a figure both foreign and familiar, a bridge between the realms of the living and the dead. His mythology adapted, yet retained its core, a testament to the resilience of beliefs that had endured for millennia. Temples dedicated to Anubis echoed with the prayers of those seeking protection for their loved ones, a continuity that resonated strongly even as the world around them transformed. With the rise of Christianity, Anubis's role began to wane, but the echoes of his legacy lingered, haunting the dusty corners of history. The rituals once sacred were now viewed through a different lens, yet the fears surrounding death remained unchanged. People yearned for assurance, for a guide through the final journey, and in their hearts, Anubis still flickered like a distant flame. His stories were whispered in hushed tones, a secret language of the past that still resonated with the living. Even today, the spirit of Anubis endures. Modern interpretations seek to unearth the ancient beliefs, reviving the stories of a god who transcended time. His presence feels as real as the ache of loss, a reminder that the journey of the soul is a thread woven through the tapestry of existence. The emotions tied to Anubis are not just relics of a bygone era, they are the raw pulse of humanity's connection to the divine. In the twilight of the past and the dawn of the present, Anubis stands sentinel still, a figure cloaked in mystery and power. The tales of his guardianship and the promise of eternal life continue to resonate. Each whispered prayer, each candle lit in honor, carries with it the weight of centuries, the love and fear of ancestors reaching out across the ages. As the sun sets on one era and rises on another, the legacy of Anubis remains an unbroken thread. The rituals of old may fade, but the essence of what he represents, protection, guidance, and the eternal dance between life and death, breathes on, entwined with the hearts of those who dare to remember. The cycle continues, a living testament to the enduring power of faith, hope, and the ever-watchful presence of Anubis. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the ancient stones of a temple that whispered secrets of its past. In the fading light, the figure of Anubis materialized, his sleek black form standing guard over the souls of the departed. With the head of a jackal and the body of a man, he was both protector and guide, a beacon for those who journeyed into the afterlife. A palpable tension hung in the air, a mixture of reverence and fear, as the faithful gathered, seeking solace and understanding in a world where life and death intertwined. Once revered in tranquil solitude, Anubis found himself transformed in the throes of Greco-Roman Egypt. As Greek and Roman cultures converged with the rich tapestry of Egyptian belief, Anubis became not just a god of the dead, but a symbol of a profound syncretism that echoed through the ages. His black fur, once merely a reflection of the fertile soil of the Nile, now held deeper meanings, infused with the philosophies of Plato and the ethical inquiries of Stoicism. The lines of his identity blurred, creating a vibrant mosaic of spirituality that captivated all who sought his favor. In the bustling markets of Alexandria, whispers danced through the air like a gentle breeze. Scholars and philosophers debated the nature of existence, and among their discussions, the name of Anubis arose frequently. He was no longer confined to the realm of the afterlife. He embodied the very essence of wisdom and transition. A statue of Anubis, carved with exquisite detail, stood proudly at the center of a bustling square. Crowds gathered around it, captivated not just by the artistry, but by the weight of what he represented. Can a god transcend death? Can he guide the living as well as the dead? As the sun set each day, casting an amber glow across the city, the people would gather for rituals that blended Egyptian and Hellenistic practices. Incense wafted through the air, mixing with the salty scent of the nearby sea. Offerings of bread and wine, once solely for the Egyptian gods, now incorporated Greek customs of hospitality. Anubis stood as a bridge, seamlessly linking two worlds, two belief systems. He drew the living closer to the divine, allowing them to find comfort in the face of mortality. Yet, beneath the surface lay a tension, an undercurrent of unease. For some, the blending of cultures felt like a dilution, a loss of the essence that made the ancient traditions sacred. The priests of Anubis, robed in black and adorned with symbols of the afterlife, felt their ancient rites threatened by the influx of foreign ideas. They clung fiercely to their rituals, their prayers echoing in the dimly lit chambers of tombs, where the weight of ancestors pressed heavily against their hearts. To them, Anubis was not merely a figure of syncretism. He was the last bastion of a proud heritage that deserved to be preserved. In grand temples, as rituals unfolded under the watchful eyes of Anubis's likeness, the air crackled with emotion. A woman draped in simple linen stepped forward, tears glistening in her eyes. She held a small, carved image of Anubis tightly in her hands, the edges worn smooth by years of fervent prayers. Her voice trembled as she called upon him, asking for guidance for her lost loved one. In that moment, she felt the weight of both her grief and the collective history of those who had come before her. The synergy of cultures created a shared understanding, a communal heartbeat that echoed through the hall. In the shadows of the temples, however, a darker narrative unfolded. As the Greco-Roman influence expanded, some began to portray Anubis as a mere relic, a curiosity for tourists rather than a living god. Merchants sold trinkets bearing his image, exploiting the sacred for profit. The very essence of what Anubis represented was at risk of being overshadowed by the superficiality of commerce. His role as a guardian and guide was muddied, reduced to a symbol of exoticism for those who knew little of his true nature. Tensions escalated, and the priests convened in clandestine meetings, their voices hushed but fervent. They spoke of preservation and purity, their hearts burdened by the weight of a culture at risk. Yet, even as they fought to retain the sanctity of Anubis, they could not deny the draw of the new beliefs swirling around them. They felt the pull of the Greeks' logical reasoning and the Romans' disciplined order. Anubis, a figure shaped by millennia, stood at a crossroads, embodying both the ancient and the modern in a turbulent era. On a moonlit night, the city felt alive with possibility. The air was thick with anticipation as a grand festival approached, a celebration of life and death intertwined. People from all walks of life gathered in the temple courtyard, their faces illuminated by flickering candles. Anubis was the centerpiece, the embodiment of hope, guiding the way through the darkness. As the music swelled, the crowd let out a collective breath, feeling the heartbeat of their shared faith resonate through the stone walls. In that moment, Anubis was not just a god of the dead. He was a reflection of their struggles, their triumphs, and their dreams for an afterlife that promised solace. The Greco-Roman world had shaped him, but he remained steadfast, a powerful reminder that even amidst change, there exists a thread that binds the past to the present. As the night unfolded, the air crackled with energy, a potent reminder that the dialogue between cultures was far from over. The ancient god, neither wholly Egyptian nor entirely Greco-Roman, stood as a testament to resilience, a symbol of unity and diversity, embodying the hope that transcended the boundary of death itself. And as the festivities continued, there was a stirring in the darkness. The silhouette of Anubis loomed larger than life, watching over the elation and sorrow of humanity. He was an eternal presence, his story evolving even as it remained untouched. The night was alive with the promise of what lay ahead, a world where the old and new could coexist, where souls found peace, and where Anubis guided the way to understanding, both for the living and the departed. The sun sank low over the ancient sands of Egypt, the horizon ablaze with hues of orange and crimson, casting long shadows over the weathered monuments of civilizations long past. In this twilight hour, whispers of the past echoed across the dunes, calling back the spirits of gods and men. Among them, Anubis stood sentinel, his jackal head poised, watching over the mysteries of life and death with an unwavering gaze. The Egyptians feared and revered him. He was not just a deity, but a bridge between the living and the dead. In those early days, when the Nile flooded and gave life to the land, Anubis emerged as a protector of the deceased. His presence was like a chill in the air, palpable and powerful. The priests, dressed in linen robes white as the new moon, gathered around the sacred fires, their voices soft yet commanding as they invoked his name. They spoke of the weighing of the heart, the moment when souls passed into the afterlife. Under Anubis's watchful gaze, hearts were balanced against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth. It was a moment filled with dread and hope, for the fate of each soul was determined in that breath. As centuries flickered by, the worship of Anubis morphed and twisted, adopting new forms and practices. The tombs that once held sacred offerings became elaborate burial sites, each crafted with love and intention. Carvings of Anubis adorned the walls, his figure guarding the treasures buried within, ensuring that the deceased would find peace in the afterlife. The faithful would leave food, weapons, and jewelry, believing that these offerings could be used by their loved ones once they crossed over. Each trinket was a connection, a lifeline to the world they once knew, and Anubis was the relentless guide who led them through the dark. The intensity of devotion ebbed and flowed like the tides of the Nile. In dynasties past, during the reign of the great pharaohs, Anubis reached the height of his worship. Grand temples rose, their pillars reaching for the sky, like the desperate hands of the living searching for their loved ones lost to the shadows. Thousands would flock to these sacred spaces, lighting incense and offering prayers, their hopes woven into the smoke that curled upwards. The air would thrum with emotion, a mixture of fear, love, and reverence. It was here that the line between life and death blurred. Among the crowds was a young woman named Neferet. She had come to the temple with her heart heavy, mourning the loss of her brother. The sorrow in her chest felt like a stone, weighing her down as she approached the altar. She knelt, whispering prayers to Anubis, her voice barely louder than the rustle of the papyrus leaves outside. "Guide him, O Great One, protect him in the darkness." Each word was a plea, fueled by desperation and love, her heart wrapped in the hope that Anubis was listening. As the night fell, the temple filled with ghostly light, flickering shadows dancing along the walls. Priests donned masks of Anubis, embodying the god as they performed sacred rituals. The rhythmic beat of drums echoed through the air, pulsating with energy. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Would the prayers be heard? Would the lost souls find their way? Anubis, with his keen eyes, was the only one who could unveil the truths hidden beyond the veil of death. But the rise of Anubis was not without its trials. As empires crumbled and new beliefs took root, the god of the afterlife faced the threat of being forgotten. The rise of other deities, the adoption of foreign gods, and the inevitable march of time began to overshadow him. Temples fell into disrepair, and the voices that once echoed through the halls grew faint. Yet Anubis did not vanish quietly. In the hearts of the people, he remained a powerful symbol of protection, a reminder of what lay beyond. In the bustling markets of ancient Thebes, traders would speak in hushed tones about dreams and omens. A glimpse of a jackal could send shivers down spines. It was said to be Anubis watching, reminding all that death was never far away. Children would whisper stories of him around campfires, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. Over the years, Anubis transformed into not only a god of the deceased, but also one who understood the fears and joys of the living. He became a part of daily life, woven into the very fabric of Egyptian culture. Through the ages, murals depicted Anubis not only as a guardian of the dead, but also as a symbol of resurrection and rebirth. The cycle of life and death was a reminder to the living that they too would one day journey to the other side. Anubis was there, a constant presence, guiding each soul on their path. His stories became legends, tales told by the fireside, and his image a cornerstone of art and literature. Yet, beneath the surface of these stories, a deeper truth simmered, the eternal struggle between light and dark, hope and despair. As the years rolled into centuries, and the sands of time continued to shift, the worship of Anubis evolved yet again. His followers became fewer, but the devotion remained. In secret ceremonies hidden from the eyes of outsiders, the old ways persisted. Anubis was invoked in whispered prayers, a flicker of incense in the darkness, a testament to his enduring legacy. The heart still beat for him, echoing through the chambers of tombs and temples. His spirit was alive, a force that could not be extinguished. And as the last rays of sunlight faded over the horizon, casting an ethereal glow upon the ancient stones, somewhere in the distance a jackal howled, a haunting, beautiful sound that carried the weight of generations. It was a reminder that Anubis was never truly gone. He lingered in the spaces between worlds, ever watchful, ever guiding. With each heartbeat, with each breath, the worship of Anubis continued, a thread woven into the very tapestry of existence. The journey was far from over, and the story of the great god was about to take yet another turn into the unknown. The air was thick with anticipation in ancient Egypt, where the sun dipped low on the horizon and cast long shadows across the golden sands. A figure cloaked in darkness stood watch over the land, his jackal head silhouetted against the deepening twilight, embodying both the sacred and the unknown. Anubis, the god who walked between two worlds, commanded respect and fear, representing the thin veil separating life from death. His piercing gaze seemed to see through the veil into the very souls of those who sought belonging in the eternal afterlife. As the sun surrendered to the night, the bustling streets of Thebes transformed. The sounds of merchants and laughter faded, replaced by the hushed whispers of the anxious. Families gathered, clutching each other, fearful of what awaited them beyond the final breath. They looked to Anubis, whose presence was felt in the soft rustle of the papyrus reeds and the beckoning of the Nile's gentle waves. He was not just a deity, he was the guardian of the afterlife, the one who ushered souls into the realm beyond. The ancient Egyptians believed that death was not an end, but a threshold. Anubis stood at that threshold, ready to guide the departed to their next destination. His role was both solemn and vital. As the god of mummification, he ensured that the bodies of the dead were preserved, wrapped in linen, and adorned with amulets for protection in the afterlife. The very act of mummification became an art, a sacred ritual that invoked Anubis's blessing. The sight of the embalmer's tools, the fragrant oils, and the careful preparations filled the living with a mix of reverence and dread. In the stillness of the tombs, the air was heavy with the scent of myrrh, sacred to the gods. Anubis watched as priests, clad in white linen, performed rituals designed to please him. They invoked his name, their voices trembling with a blend of hope and fear, praying for safe passage. O Anubis, keeper of the scales, guide our loved ones as they cross the horizon. We offer you our devotion. With every chant, the flickering flames of the oil lamps cast dancing shadows, embodying the flickering spirits awaiting their moment of judgment. This judgment, known as the weighing of the heart, was a pivotal moment in the journey of each soul. Anubis, the divine judge, stood poised beside the grand scales, ready to weigh the heart of the deceased against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and balance. The stakes were high. A heart heavy with sins meant eternal unrest, while a light heart promised a blissful existence among the gods. The tension in the air was palpable, a whispering dread that echoed through the ages. The living understood that Anubis, with his sharp intellect and keen sense of justice, held their fates in his hands. The night of judgment approached, and the souls gathered, shivering with apprehension. Anubis's presence loomed larger than life, his jackal features both fierce and noble. He embodied the wildness of nature and the tranquility of the afterlife. In his hands, he held the power to grant peace or unleash chaos upon the unsettled spirits. The souls, once vibrant in life, now appeared as shadows, their features waning but their hopes flickering like the dying embers of a fire. As the heart was placed on one side of the scale, Anubis's eyes glinted with wisdom. He could see their truths, every secret held closely during life now laid bare. Have you lived with honor? Have you treated your fellow man with kindness? His voice was a low rumble reverberating through the very fabric of the universe. The feather representing Ma'at shimmered innocently, a reminder of purity and justice. In the stillness, the tension was almost unbearable. The heart weighed down the scale, pressing with the weight of unconfessed sins, the cries of regret echoing in the silence. Anubis leaned closer, his keen senses attuned to the hushed whispers of the heart. With a swift movement, he signaled the presence of the goddess Amit, the devourer of souls, whose fierce hunger could turn hopes into despair. The mere thought of her could send chills down anyone's spine, for she awaited the moment when a heart would tip the scales unfavorably. But there was also mercy in Anubis's gaze. For those who had lived rightly, who had chosen love over hatred, generosity over greed, the scales tipped in their favor. As the feathers floated softly, the light of hope ignited in their hearts once more. The living, waiting outside the tomb, held their breath, praying that their loved ones would find favor in the eyes of the jackal god. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, a reminder of the fragility of existence. Anubis was not merely a figure of death. He was a bridge to immortality, an essential part of the cosmic order the Egyptians held so dear. He represented the balance between chaos and harmony, a reminder that death was part of a larger cycle. His role extended beyond judgment. He also embraced the mourning families, guiding them through their grief and offering solace as they faced the loss of those they cherished. His heart, though often perceived as cold and impartial, beat with empathy for those left behind. In the flickering candlelight, stories of Anubis were etched onto the walls of tombs, colorful depictions capturing his essence. Powerful, mysterious, compassionate. As the centuries passed, his story intertwined with the lives of the pharaohs who sought his favor to ensure their safe passage into the afterlife. They adorned their tombs with intricate carvings and lavish treasures, all in the name of Anubis, hoping to curry his favor in a world beyond the one they knew. The night stretched on, and the shadows danced with anxious energy, each flicker whispering tales of the past. Anubis would rise with the sun, eternally guarding the souls who ventured into his domain. His influence reached far beyond the grave, shaping the very fabric of Egyptian cosmology. It was a world where life and death danced in a delicate balance, where Anubis stood sentinel, guiding the lost with unwavering strength and an ever-watchful eye. And as the moon hung high in the sky, a soft breeze rustled through the palm trees, carrying with it the weight of countless souls, forever intertwined with the fate of Anubis. In the haunting stillness of an ancient night, the moon hung low, casting a silver glow over the vast desert sands. The chilling wind whispered tales of the past, carrying echoes of souls long departed. Here, in the shadow of the pyramids, Anubis, the jackal-headed god, stood as the eternal guardian of the underworld. His eyes, dark and piercing, held the weight of countless secrets, each one steeped in the power of life and death. The air crackled with anticipation, a palpable tension that seemed to pulse with every heartbeat. Anubis was no mere figure of mythology. He was a bridge between worlds, a protector of the dead. His domain, Duat, the Egyptian underworld, was a treacherous expanse where shadows danced and whispers echoed. It was a place where the sun dared not shine, where the weight of darkness was both suffocating and liberating. This underworld was not merely a realm of punishment, but a landscape filled with trials, mysteries, and the promise of rebirth. Those who passed into Anubis's embrace faced the daunting journey known as the weighing of the heart. Each soul, upon arriving at the gates of Duat, found themselves before a grand scale crafted from the finest of gold. On one side lay the heart, the essence of their being, and on the other, a single feather from the goddess Mat, the embodiment of truth and justice. The stakes were high. Should the heart outweigh the feather, the soul would be consumed by Amit, the fearsome devourer, half crocodile, half lion, and all terror. It was a fate no one desired, a dark end to a life once lived. But what lay beyond this terrifying test was not merely oblivion. For those who passed, Anubis guided them through a labyrinth of ancient rivers and fields of reeds. The geography of the underworld was as complex as the lives they had lived. There were the fields of Yaru, where the soul could cultivate crops and live in eternal peace, a mirror of the earthly life they cherished. Yet, the path to this paradise was fraught with dangers. Serpents whispered lies, shadows lurked with intent, and the very landscape shifted, challenging the resolve of those who dared to tread its paths. Every corner of Duat bore witness to the stories of the dead, their joys, sorrows, and regrets etched into the very fabric of the earth. Anubis walked among the tombs of those who had come before, a silent sentinel who listened to their tales. Some souls carried burdens of guilt that weighed heavily upon them, shadows that shaped their faces and marred their essence. Others were light, their laughter echoing like soft music, promising joy and reunion with loved ones. The contrast was stark, illuminating the duality of existence, a reminder that every life was a tapestry woven from love, loss, and the indomitable spirit of survival. As Anubis prepared to guide another weary soul through Duat, a chilling breeze swept through the air, stirring the sands at his feet. It carried with it the scent of adventure, the scent of a life not yet lived, a heart beating with unfulfilled dreams. This was the essence of humanity, a powerful force that reached even into the depths of the underworld. The gates of Duat loomed ahead, intricately carved and adorned with ancient hieroglyphs that spoke of forgotten tales. As the soul approached, a flicker of hesitation crossed its features. Anubis sensed the trepidation and extended an arm, the jackal head tilting in understanding. "Fear not, for the path is fraught with challenges, but it is also rich with the promise of love and reunion." With those words, they stepped through the threshold. The air thickened and the landscape shifted before them. Tall, shadowy figures emerged from the depths, lost souls who wandered aimlessly, searching for their purpose. Some reached out with pleading hands, their eyes filled with longing. Anubis moved past them with a heavy heart, reminding himself of the delicate balance he maintained. He was their guardian, yet the world they inhabited was one of choices made in life that echoed into eternity. The rivers of Duat flowed with iridescent waters, reflecting the myriad stars above, each one a soul destined to find its way. As they approached the river of forgetfulness, the current whispered promises of release, tempting souls to let go of their earthly pains. Anubis felt the tension rise. He had seen the destruction wrought by such decisions. "Remember your life," he urged gently. "The love, the laughter, hold on to what made you whole." With each encounter, Anubis wove a narrative of hope, of connection, reaffirming the bonds that transcended death. He understood that the geography of the underworld was not just physical. It was an emotional landscape, shaped by love and loss, grief and acceptance. The journey was not merely about judgment, but understanding, a pilgrimage of the heart that demanded courage to face one's truth. As the soul ventured deeper into this world of shadows and light, the weight of the heart began to lift. Each step was an affirmation of existence, a testament to the life once lived. Anubis walked beside them, a silent guardian, embodying the strength of all who had come before and the promise of those yet to come. The underworld was alive with the pulse of humanity, a place where stories intertwined, creating a rich tapestry that spanned the ages. The horizon shimmered, hinting at the realms yet unexplored, where the past met the future in an eternal embrace. Yet lurking in the corners of Duat, darkness waited, ever patient, ever hungry. Anubis sensed its presence, a reminder that for every soul that triumphed, many others would falter. The balance of the underworld was fragile, and the journey was far from over. And so the night unfurled its cloak, the stars twinkling as if in a conspiratorial dance. With each heartbeat, the tale continued, weaving through time and space, a reminder that the underworld was a living entity filled with hope, fear, and the promise of what lay ahead. Anubis stood resolute, a beacon of guidance as the souls of the departed whispered their stories into the wind, the eternal echo of existence that would never fade away. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced against the walls, casting eerie shapes that felt alive. A group of seekers sat in a circle, each heart thrumming with anticipation. They were there for a reason. An unspoken bond drew them together, an ancient whisper echoing through time, pulling at their souls. Anubis, the name hung in the air, a promise of mystery and power. Anubis, the jackal-headed god of ancient Egypt, had stood sentinel over the realm of the dead for millennia. In the early days, he was revered as the protector of tombs, the guide for souls navigating the afterlife. His dark, watchful eyes were believed to be a safeguard against malevolent spirits, ensuring that the journey of the deceased was met with grace and dignity. But as the sands of time shifted, so too did the interpretations of this enigmatic figure. In the modern landscape of neo-paganism, Anubis has transformed, a beacon for those seeking comfort in their own mortality. No longer just a guardian of the dead, he has become a symbol of personal transformation and the acceptance of life's inevitable cycle. The seekers in the candlelit room were drawn to him not merely as a deity of death, but as a guide to understanding the deeper layers of existence. Each person bore their own story, their own grief, their own quest for meaning. They gathered to honor the path of life and death, seeking Anubis not just for protection, but for wisdom. As the words of the ritual began to flow, the air thickened with emotion. One seeker, with tears glistening in the corners of her eyes, spoke of a lost loved one, her voice trembling with vulnerability. "Anubis has helped me understand that death is not an end," she said, "but a transformation." The others nodded, their hearts resonating with her pain and hope. They knew the weight of loss, but also the beauty in the cycle, the promise that life continues in new forms. Each offering, each story shared, became a thread weaving the tapestry of their collective experience. Anubis in this space morphed into a figure of comfort, a reminder that every ending cradles a beginning. The seekers felt the warmth of community envelop them, a gentle embrace that whispered of shared journeys. They were not alone. Anubis walked with them, guiding their spirits as they ventured into the unknown. In another corner of the world, the modern interpretation of Anubis echoed in the hearts of solitary practitioners. A solitary witch, her hands stained with herbs and oils, invoked him in her rituals. She called upon Anubis not only to honor the dead, but to embrace her own shadows, the fears, the doubts, the parts of herself she often kept hidden away. As she lit her incense, the smoke curling like a snake into the night, she felt a connection to the ancient practices of her ancestors, a lineage that stretched back to the banks of the Nile. Anubis became a figure of introspection. He guided her through her personal darkness, holding a mirror to her soul. Each invocation was a dance with her own mortality, a recognition that to truly live, one must also confront the inevitability of death. The witch knew that Anubis was more than a symbol. He was a part of her, an essence that encouraged her to embrace her fears, to step boldly into the light, knowing that darkness was merely a shadow waiting to be understood. As the night deepened, the candlelight flickered orange and gold, casting a warm glow on the faces of the seekers. They began to chant, a rhythm flowing through them like a river, a heartbeat steady and reassuring. The energy in the room surged, electric and alive. It was a celebration of life, a recognition that every soul was a thread in the tapestry of existence. They honored Anubis not only as a guide through death, but as a reminder to live fully, fiercely, without regret. The air was thick with anticipation as they prepared to share an offering. Each seeker clutched a small token, a photograph, a trinket, a letter to a lost loved one. One by one, they placed their offerings on the altar, a symbolic act of release. In the presence of Anubis, they acknowledged their grief, their pain, but also their love. Each item was infused with emotion, a sacred gift to the god who understood the delicate balance of life and death. As the last offering was placed, a hush fell over the circle. It was a moment suspended in time, a collective breath held in reverence. Anubis was there, unseen yet palpably present, his spirit woven into the fabric of their gathering. The seekers felt a shift in the atmosphere, a tingling sensation that raced up their spines. It was both exhilarating and comforting, as if Anubis himself was assuring them that they were seen, that their journeys mattered. Outside, the moon hung low in the sky, casting silver beams that shimmered across the landscape. The seekers, now connected in purpose, felt the pull of the universe, the ancient energies of life and death swirling around them. Anubis had opened a door, and they stood on the threshold, ready to step into the unknown, their hearts pounding with excitement and fear. The ritual had only just begun, and the night still held countless mysteries and revelations waiting to unfold. In the solitude of her own sacred space, the solitary witch felt the same pull. Anubis whispered to her, in a voice that was both gentle and powerful. "Embrace your shadows," he urged, reminding her that the path of transformation was not always easy, but it was necessary. The witch sensed his presence, a deep understanding flowing through her as she faced her fears. She closed her eyes, feeling the weight of history upon her, the collective experiences of countless souls who had sought Anubis's guidance through the ages. With each passing moment, the connections grew stronger, between seekers, between the living and the dead, between past and present. Anubis was not merely a figure from the past, but a living, breathing essence that transcended time. He was a reminder that death was not to be feared, but embraced as part of the grand tapestry of existence. And as the seekers continued their ritual, the boundaries between life and death began to blur, creating a beautiful, haunting symphony that lingered in the air, echoing the eternal dance of life and the mysteries that lay ahead. In the stillness of the Egyptian desert, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient sands, an unassuming team of archaeologists gathered around a freshly unearthed burial site. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that danced like the flickering flames of a nearby lantern. As the last shovel of dirt was lifted away, the unmistakable silhouette of Anubis, the jackal-headed god of the afterlife, emerged from the earth, etched in exquisite black and gold, his eyes seeming to glimmer with the knowledge of centuries past. The figure, preserved in time, was more than just a statue. It was a guardian of secrets, standing vigil over a tomb that had lain undisturbed for millennia. Each intricate detail spoke of a time when the world was steeped in myths, where gods walked among men, and the line between life and death was a fragile thread. The archaeologists exchanged glances, their hearts racing, for they knew they were standing at the precipice of something monumental. As they carefully cleared away the last remnants of sand, the glint of gold caught the eye of a young intern named Leah. She knelt, her breath hitching in her throat as she uncovered a golden amulet, its surface adorned with hieroglyphs that seemed to pulsate with energy. It was a symbol of protection, a promise from Anubis himself to guide the souls into the afterlife. The discovery felt electric, sending shivers down her spine, igniting a fire of longing and curiosity within her. What tales did this amulet hold? What spirits had been touched by its magic? The team gathered closer, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of the lanterns, and the atmosphere thickened with a sense of reverence. This was not merely a find, it was a connection to a world long forgotten. The stories of those who had sought the favor of Anubis surged through their minds like whispers on the wind. They spoke of pharaohs, of elaborate rituals, and of the eternal quest for immortality. Each story painted vivid images of sacred practices, where the heart was weighed against a feather, where the soul's fate rested in the hands of this ancient deity. As the night deepened, a chilling breeze swept across the site, making the lanterns flicker. It was as if the very essence of Anubis lingered in the air, watching, waiting. The ground felt alive beneath them, pulsing with the memories of the past. Suddenly, the lead archaeologist, Dr. Hargrove, noticed something unusual. A series of markings surrounded the burial chamber, each etching revealing a different aspect of Anubis's role in the afterlife. The symbols told of the journey souls took, of the trials they faced, and the ultimate judgment that awaited them. Leah's fingers traced the cool stone, and she could almost hear the echoes of ancient chants, the solemn prayers of those who had laid offerings at Anubis's feet, begging for safe passage. The weight of history pressed upon her. She could feel the tears and hopes of those long gone. It was both exhilarating and haunting, a reminder that life itself was fleeting, and what lay beyond was shrouded in mystery. Time slipped away as they meticulously documented each finding. The air was electric, thick with excitement and tension, making every heartbeat seem louder than the last. The team felt as if they were not merely unearthing artifacts, but were instead being drawn into a grand tapestry, woven with the threads of humanity's oldest fears and dreams. The essence of Anubis permeated the atmosphere, urging them to uncover more. With dawn approaching, Leah's heart raced as they uncovered a series of small coffins, intricately carved and painted to resemble the gods. Each contained effigies of small animals, perhaps offerings to Anubis himself. The sight sent goosebumps racing down her arms. Her mind raced with thoughts of those who had once held these figures dear, offering them to ensure their loved ones' safe passage into the afterlife. The emotions were overwhelming. She could almost hear the desperate whispers of families long since past, their devotion etched into every stroke of the artist's hand. Just then, a low rumble echoed through the ground, and the team fell silent, eyes wide with fear and awe. The earth shuddered as though it were awakening from a long slumber. Leah felt a chill run down her spine as a crack appeared in the soil at the edge of the site, revealing a hidden chamber below. Trepidation hung heavy in the air, but curiosity burned brighter. What lay hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be seen after eons of darkness? With trembling hands, Dr. Hargrove led the team to the edge of the crack, peering cautiously into the shadowy abyss. Lanterns were lowered, illuminating the cavernous space below. Walls adorned with vibrant murals came into view, each painting telling stories of Anubis guiding souls, of the great judgment hall, and of the scales that weighed hearts against feathers. It was a breathtaking sight that seemed to vibrate with energy, as if the very essence of the afterlife was alive in those colors. The air felt charged with a presence that defied their understanding, a connection that transcended time, drawing them closer to the mysteries of the ancients. Leah held her breath, captivated by the beauty surrounding her and the weight of the moment. Every heartbeat echoed in her ears, a reminder that they were on the brink of unveiling something far greater than simply artifacts. They were inching closer to the very soul of an ancient culture. Time seemed to lose its meaning as they descended into the depths of the chamber, the atmosphere thick with excitement and apprehension. Each step felt like a pilgrimage into the unknown, a chance to grasp the threads of a story that had begun long before their existence. They were not just observers of history, they were now woven into its narrative, and the pull of Anubis was undeniable. The deeper they ventured, the more the stories of the past wrapped around them like a shroud, inviting them to listen, to feel, to understand. It was as if Anubis himself beckoned them forward, urging them to witness the unfolding of a tale that had been waiting patiently in the dark. The anticipation grew unbearable, a sweet agony that tugged at their hearts and minds, compelling them to keep moving, to keep searching for more. What other secrets lay buried, waiting to breathe again? In a dimly lit chamber, the flickering of oil lamps cast long shadows across the walls, illuminating the haunting visage of Anubis, the jackal-headed god of the dead. His eyes, once fiercely protective, now seemed to glimmer with a mournful longing, as if sensing the winds of change sweeping through the ancient land of Egypt. The chants that filled the air, echoing the reverence once held for him, have grown quieter, replaced by whispers of doubt and uncertainty. The sacred rituals that connected the living with the afterlife are slipping through fingers like grains of sand. Anubis had once stood sentinel over the realm of the dead, guiding souls through the perilous journey to the afterlife. He was the keeper of secrets, the guardian of tombs, and the embodiment of a culture's deep belief in life beyond death. But as the years crept on, the fervent devotion began to wane. It was not a single event that triggered this decline. Rather, it was a series of shifts, cultural, political, and spiritual, that conspired against the ancient deity, unraveling the very fabric of a faith that had endured for millennia. The arrival of new gods and the rise of different practices began to overshadow Anubis. The sun god Ra, with his vibrant, life-giving energy, captivated the hearts of the people. Temples dedicated to Ra sprang up, their walls adorned with bright murals and vibrant rituals that celebrated life rather than death. The once hallowed halls of Anubis's temples grew silent, their sanctity eroded by a new fervor, a thirst for the here and now that Anubis could not quench. The people began to forget the importance of the afterlife, ensnared instead by the allure of prosperity and the promises of the living gods. As the years turned into decades, changes in politics further alienated the faithful from their beloved god. Dynasties rose and fell, and with each new ruler, the priority of worship shifted like sand dunes in the desert. The unification of Egypt under powerful pharaohs saw the consolidation of religious practices, with gods like Osiris and Isis taking the forefront in the pantheon. The rich tapestry of belief started to fray. Temples once dedicated to Anubis, the sacred keeper of the dead, were repurposed, their altars stripped bare, leaving only echoes of forgotten prayers. Yet the decline wasn't just due to external changes. Internal strife brewed within the beliefs and practices of the people. As philosophies evolved, so too did the concept of the afterlife. The weight of individual morality began to creep into the consciousness of the people, leading them to question the role of Anubis. Was it not their own deeds that led them into the afterlife? This existential questioning sowed seeds of doubt. The role of Anubis diminished as the focus shifted from his guiding hand to personal responsibility, a bright idea that ironically dimmed the flame of his worship. The tension mounted as tales of the underworld began to shift. No longer was Anubis a benevolent guardian. He became in some circles a figure steeped in fear. The ancient rituals meant to honor him were perceived as means of placating a god who could bring judgment. The very essence of his character was at stake, morphing from a fierce protector to a specter of dread. Each whispered story of the afterlife, filled with ominous warnings, slowly stripped away the affection once felt for him. Instead of devotion, the people began to see him through a lens of trepidation. And then there was the power of the written word, which seeped into the culture like the Nile into parched soil. As scribes recorded the changing beliefs, the gracefully inked hieroglyphs began to tell new stories. The tales of Osiris, who triumphed over death, captivated the imaginations of a populace desperate for hope. The narrative shifted, and Anubis, once a central figure, became a supporting character, a mere footnote in the grand epic of the afterlife. The scrolls piled high within libraries represented a new dawn of understanding, but to the devoted followers of Anubis, they felt like tombs for the old ways. In the midst of this upheaval, the very fabric of society began to change. Trade routes expanded, exposing the Egyptians to foreign ideas and cultures. This influx of new philosophies and deities further enmeshed their hearts in a world that no longer recognized the old gods. Temples dedicated to Anubis, once vibrant with life and offerings, now stood as haunting reminders of a time when he was revered. The impact of foreign influence was undeniable. A melting pot of beliefs began to spread like wildfire, leaving Anubis to flicker in the fading light of an ancient flame. Even within the private chambers of the nobility, whispers of doubt could be heard. As powerful families sought to align themselves with dominant gods to secure favor, the ceremonies honoring Anubis became less frequent. The rituals once considered sacred now felt like mere obligations, and as the elite distanced themselves from him, so too did the masses. The line of souls waiting for Anubis's guiding hand grew shorter with each passing day, the once bustling temples now silent witnesses to a fading faith. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into a deep twilight, the shadows of Anubis's past flickered and danced. Whatever remnants of the old ways lingered, they were fading like the last light of day, leaving behind a chilling emptiness. People wandered the streets, lost in thought, their minds racing with the new ideas that surrounded them, unknowing that they were part of a profound shift in their identity. The very essence of who they were, their culture, their beliefs, was transforming, and with it, the fate of Anubis hung in the balance. In the quiet corners of the night, as the stars blinked into existence, the heart of ancient Egypt pulsed with a blend of nostalgia and fear, a haunting reminder of a god whose time was slowly slipping away. Where once Anubis was celebrated, he now lingered like a ghost in the memories of a people fervently embracing the new. The air was thick with unspoken tension, and as the cycle of change rolled forward, it became clear that the worship of Anubis would become but a whisper on the lips of those who once called upon his name. The flickering flame of a single candle danced against the dark, ancient stone walls of a dimly lit room, casting shadows that seemed to whisper forgotten secrets. In the quiet corners, a figure cloaked in black sat cross-legged, an air of profound intensity surrounding him. He closed his eyes, inhaling the scent of myrrh and frankincense, two sacred resins that had once perfumed the air of ancient temples in Egypt. Tonight, he would summon the spirit of Anubis, the enigmatic guardian of the afterlife, a deity that had captivated both hearts and minds through centuries of history. Anubis, with his jackal head and human body, was more than just a god of mummification. He was a bridge between the living and the dead, a silent guide who ushered souls into the realm of eternity. Long before the pyramids towered over the sands, Anubis stood guard, ensuring that each journey through the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, was safe and just. The ancient Egyptians believed in his power so deeply that they carved his likeness into tombs, etched hieroglyphs praising his vigilance, and offered him the most precious items for the afterlife. But in the modern age, Anubis had faded into the background of history, becoming merely a symbol in textbooks. That was until a fresh wave of interest swept through the world, reigniting the flame of curiosity about esoteric practices surrounding this ancient deity. Scholars, artists, and spiritual seekers began to feel the pull of something greater, a call that resonated deep within their souls. They sought clandestine gatherings where they could share knowledge about Anubis, pulling from dusty tomes and ancient manuscripts, piecing together forgotten rituals and practices that had once thrived in the shadows of history. As the figure in the candlelit room began to chant, the air thickened with an unexplainable energy. Symbols of Anubis adorned the walls, each one a reminder of his watchful eye. The candles flickered as if in response, and the shadows seemed to grow longer, twisting in a dance of their own. Those who ventured into this spiritual revival were often overwhelmed by emotions they could not define. Fear, excitement, reverence, all swirling together. They felt as if the very essence of Anubis was reaching out to them, pulling them closer to the mysteries of life and death. One by one, curious souls began to share their experiences in these secret assemblies. They spoke of dreams where Anubis appeared, guiding them through dark passages toward light. A young woman recalled a night when she felt a powerful tug as she wandered through an ancient cemetery, her heart racing as she followed an unseen force. It led her to an old, crumbling headstone, inscribed with the name of her great-grandmother, a woman she had never met but had always felt a connection to. Underneath the moonlight, she swore she could hear the whispers of her ancestors, and in those moments, she understood that Anubis was not just a relic of the past. He was alive, breathing through the stories of those who had come before. The revival of interest was not without its skepticism. Critics raised eyebrows at the sudden popularity of esoteric practices tied to Anubis, questioning the authenticity of those who claimed to speak for him. Yet, the more they pushed against it, the stronger the passion grew among believers. They found solace in the rituals, drawing strength from the communal bond that formed over the shared experience of connecting with the ancient deity. Each gathering became a sanctuary where They could explore their fears of mortality, examine the intricacies of their existence, and confront the shadows that lay within. One evening, as the candles flickered more intensely, a thunderous clap resonated outside, sending a shiver down the spine of everyone present. The storm roared, and in that moment, the figure leading the ceremony felt a surge of power, as if Anubis himself had joined them. The air became electric, charged with anticipation. Eyes widened as the participants sensed an overwhelming presence enveloping them, a protective energy that filled the room and quashed their doubts. They whispered his name, calling on the ancient protector, and in response, the shadows danced even more wildly, as if alive. Each ritual was marked by offerings, the laying of flowers, the pouring of wine, and the recitation of prayers. These practices were not just about honoring Anubis, but about confronting the fears of death and the unknown. With every word spoken, with every offering made, they began to embrace the duality of life and death. It was a profound realization that fascinated and terrified them all at once. The stories began to circulate, tales of miraculous encounters with Anubis that transcended the boundaries of time and space. People spoke of having visions of a future where humanity had learned to harmonize with the cycles of life and death. Each person claimed that Anubis had taught them to let go of their fear, to understand that death was not an end, but a transformation. The connection they forged with the ancient god became a source of strength, enabling them to face their existential battles with newfound courage. In the stillness of that sacred space, the candle's flame flickered one last time before extinguishing itself. The darkness enveloped them, and a heavy silence fell, ripe with potential. The figure that had led the gathering held his breath, feeling the threads of time weave around him. The moment stretched, teetering on the brink of revelation. The ancient practices of Anubis echoed through the ages, and as the first rays of dawn crept through the cracks in the stone, they knew the journey had only just begun. The world outside beckoned, full of questions and whispers, of life waiting to be lived. But in the dark, they remained bound by their shared experience, the revival of interest in Anubis echoing through their hearts and souls, drawing them into a deeper dance with the mysteries that lay ahead. In the dim light of an art gallery, shadows dance against white walls, whispering secrets of the past, while the air vibrates with an electric tension. A figure stands at the center, draped in the black of night, with piercing yellow eyes that seem to hold the weight of ancient knowledge. Anubis, the Egyptian god of the dead, looms large in contemporary art, an echo from a time long past, yet strikingly relevant today. The haunting image stirs something within the hearts of those who pass, a visceral tug that draws them closer, compelling them to gaze deeper into the mystery of mortality and the afterlife. Artists around the world have resurrected Anubis, breathing new life into an ancient symbol. His jackal head, once a guardian of tombs, now graces murals and sculptures, colliding with the modern world in a mesmerizing dance of history and innovation. Take, for instance, the striking mural painted on a crumbling wall in an urban landscape. Lines of spray paint drip and twist, creating a vibrant portrayal of Anubis, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly intensity that seems to reach out and grab viewers by the soul. Passers-by stop, captivated, feeling an inexplicable connection to the figure that transcends time and space. The colors swirl like a fever dream, igniting fears and hopes, drawing forth memories of loved ones lost. In a nearby studio, a sculptor chisels away at a block of obsidian, shaping a modern interpretation of Anubis. Each strike of the hammer sends shards of stone flying, and with every piece that falls away, the essence of Anubis emerges, a guardian, a protector, an emblem of the journey we all must take beyond this life. The artist pauses, wiping sweat from their brow, and contemplates the weight of their creation. What does it mean to confront death? What does it mean to find solace in the embrace of a deity who has witnessed countless souls embark on their final voyage? The sculptor can feel it in their bones, the pulse of history resonating through their hands, guiding them as they carve away to reveal the truth hidden within. Anubis finds himself reimagined in vibrant digital formats, where The lines between the physical and the virtual blur into a singular experience. A digital artist animates him, sending waves of color pulsing through the screen. Anubis strides across galaxies, standing watch over planets that spin in a cosmic dance, reminding viewers that death is not an end, but a transition, a metamorphosis into something grander. The screen flickers, and with each frame, the essence of the god morphs, adapting to the fears and hopes of a contemporary audience. Young people gather around the screens, entranced, their faces illuminated by the glow of the animation, lost in a world where the ancient meets the futuristic. In the depths of a contemporary art installation, visitors find themselves enveloped in darkness. Sounds echo, distant and eerie, as if the whispers of ancient souls linger just beyond reach. Anubis appears here as a towering figure, crafted from light and shadow, a haunting silhouette that prompts introspection. As viewers meander through the space, they feel the weight of their own mortality pressing upon them, forcing them to confront questions that linger like fog in the mind. What lies beyond? Who will guide us? The experience is visceral, igniting a sense of urgency and reflection. People exit the installation, silent and contemplative, each carrying the lingering essence of Anubis, the questions he raises etched into their very beings. Street artists too have taken up the mantle of Anubis, transforming alleyways into sacred spaces. Their work speaks to the struggles of mortality and the resilience of the human spirit. One mural depicts Anubis cradling a heart in his hands, a powerful tribute to lost lives and the enduring love that transcends death. Community members gather to admire the vibrant colors, their eyes misty as they share stories of those who have passed. The mural becomes a living memorial, a place where grief and joy intertwine, and Anubis stands as the eternal bridge between the two. Using the symbolism of Anubis, contemporary poets have found new voice in their art, weaving verses that echo with the rhythms of life and death. Their words dance like flames, exploring the idea of legacy and the impact of our lives on those who remain. Anubis becomes a metaphor for memory, a reminder that while we may fade, the stories we tell and the love we share echo through time. Audiences are swept away, hearts pounding, as lines of poetry resonate with their own experiences, unraveling emotions that lie just beneath the surface. In galleries and public spaces, Anubis watches over us, a figure of both fear and comfort. His presence in art serves as a reminder that the ancient and the modern are intertwined, that our struggles with mortality are timeless. Each piece of art, a mural, a sculpture, a poem, invites contemplation, drawing connections between generations. As night falls over the city, shadows lengthen, and the figure of Anubis remains a constant presence, echoing through the streets. The stories of lives lost and lives lived are woven into the fabric of contemporary art, whispering to those who dare to listen. The art created today is a mirror, reflecting our deepest fears and desires, with Anubis standing sentinel, urging us to confront the inevitable while embracing the beauty of life. The gallery lights flicker, and the air thickens with anticipation. People gather, eyes alight with the promise of what's to come. Anubis, the eternal guardian, remains a compelling force, forever intertwined with the threads of human experience. The art may change, but the message remains. Death is not the end, but a passage into something greater, something worth celebrating. And so, the story continues, a fluid line that threads through time, connecting past, present, and future, in an intricate tapestry of emotion and meaning, waiting to unfold further. In the dim light of flickering torches, a shadow loomed over the ancient temples of Egypt. A figure in black, with the head of a jackal, stood at the threshold between life and death. Anubis, the god of the afterlife, commanded both reverence and fear, his presence sending shivers down the spines of those who dared to gaze upon his image. The Egyptians, with their intricate beliefs, were haunted by the thought of their own mortality. With each heartbeat, they felt the weight of their choices, the echo of Anubis's judgment looming ever closer. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, transforming the sky into a tapestry of oranges and purples, the people of ancient Egypt reflected on their lives. They whispered stories of Anubis, recounting how he guided souls through the treacherous passage of the Duat, the underworld. This journey was fraught with peril, filled with monsters and trials that tested the very essence of one's spirit. To the living, the thought of Anubis was a mixture of dread and hope. They longed for his protection, yet feared the scale that would weigh their hearts against a feather, the ultimate measure of truth and virtue. Children listened with wide eyes as their elders spoke of Anubis. "He watches over us," one elder would say, his voice a low rumble. "He holds the keys to the afterlife." But in their hearts, the children knew the truth. To be judged was to confront the very fabric of their existence. What if their hearts were heavy? What if they had wronged others? The anxiety would seep into their dreams, turning their sleep into restless nights filled with images of the jackal-headed god, standing sentinel at the gates of eternity. In the bustling markets, artisans carved statues and amulets, adorned with Anubis's likeness, each piece a talisman for the anxious. The merchants, keenly aware of the people's fears, would emphasize the god's protective nature. "With Anubis by your side, you shall want for nothing in the afterlife," they promised, their voices a harmonious blend of hope and salesmanship. The allure of immortality was intoxicating, yet the price of honesty weighed heavily on the minds of the buyers. What sacrifices had they made? What sins lay hidden in the shadows of their past? As the moon rose high, casting an ethereal glow over the land, priests adorned in ceremonial garb gathered in sacred rituals, their chants echoing through the chambers of the temples. They invoked Anubis, seeking his favor and guidance to ensure safe passage for the departed. Each beat of the drum resonated with the urgency of their prayers. The faithful believed that Anubis listened. He was, after all, the guardian of the dead. But with every prayer whispered, there lingered an unspoken fear. Would he find them worthy? The mummification process, a sacred rite, became a means to appease Anubis, to ensure that the body was preserved for the afterlife. As embalmers meticulously wrapped the deceased in linen, they chanted the prayers meant to invoke the god's blessing. In those moments, the living confronted their own mortality, a reminder that they too would one day stand before Anubis. The scent of oils and resins filled the air, a heady mixture that marked the boundary between life and death. The fear of judgment turned into a tangible presence, making the air thick with tension. A shared understanding that their lives were intertwined with the fates of those who had passed. In the quiet of the tombs, where silence reigned supreme, Anubis was felt more than seen. The weight of the past lingered like a fog, each sarcophagus guarding the secrets of those who had once walked the earth. The mere act of visiting these tombs became a pilgrimage of sorts, fraught with anxiety and reverence. Would they be remembered? Would Anubis look favorably upon them? The living, bowing their heads as they laid offerings, felt his gaze upon them, a steady reminder that every choice mattered. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, tales of Anubis continued to weave through the fabric of daily life. Around fires, families would share stories of loved ones who had ventured into the afterlife, their voices trembling with emotion. The fear of loss mingled with the hope of reunion, creating a bittersweet symphony that resonated in every heart. Anubis was not just a figure of death. He was a bridge to the memories that lived on. In the eyes of the ancient Egyptians, he was both a comfort and a terror, a constant reminder of the thin line that separated the living from the dead. The Festival of the Dead, an elaborate celebration of those who had passed, brought the community together in a dance of remembrance. As lanterns flickered like stars, the people sang songs that echoed through the valley. They honored Anubis, understanding that he was not merely a god to be feared, but a necessary force in the cycle of life and death. With each note, they poured their hearts out into the night, yearning for the assurance that they too would find peace in the afterlife. But amid the joy, there was always that creeping dread, the unshakable thought of judgment. The scales of Anubis loomed large in their minds, a constant reminder that their deeds were being weighed. As they celebrated, they were haunted by the choices they made, wondering if it would be enough. The atmosphere crackled with an energy that was both exhilarating and terrifying, the embodiment of their hopes and fears entwined. In this complex dance with Anubis, the psychological impact was undeniable. He was the keeper of their secrets, their fears, and their aspirations. As the night wore on and the festivities continued, one truth remained etched in their hearts. Anubis was a powerful force, an eternal reminder of the journey they all must take, one day crossing his threshold into the unknown, forever changed by the whispers of judgment that haunted their minds. The tension built, an unyielding pulse that wouldn't let go, urging them to face their own truths, even as the stars blinked overhead, indifferent to the struggles of humanity below. Darkness settles like a heavy blanket, thick and suffocating, as shadows dance on the walls of ancient tombs. In the midst of this chilling atmosphere stands Anubis, the jackal-headed guardian of the dead, his eyes glinting like polished obsidian. He awaits, ever vigilant, at the threshold between life and the afterlife, a sentinel who holds the power to induce both terror and solace in those who dare approach. The Egyptians revered Anubis not merely as a deity, but as a profound symbol of the most primal of human emotions, fear. Fear that gnawed at the edges of their consciousness, whispering tales of the unknown. It was fear that compelled them to honor their dead with elaborate tombs and offerings, ensuring their safe passage into the afterlife. Anubis, with his keen instincts and sharp gaze, embodied that fear, an emotion both terrifying and essential. Long ago, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the Nile shimmered like liquid gold, the people of ancient Egypt faced the inevitability of death with a mixture of dread and reverence. When someone passed away, the world transformed into a stage of mourning, and Anubis took center stage, shrouded in mystery. The mourning families would prepare the body with sacred oils, wrapping it in linen, creating a vessel for the soul. As they worked, hushed whispers filled the air, tales of Anubis's power and the fear he instilled coursing through the hearts of all present. Each whispered story painted him as both protector and punisher, a necessary force in the journey through the dark. The weight of Anubis's presence was felt in the air, heavy with expectation. The ancient Egyptians understood that fear was a critical part of the process. They feared judgment and the possibility of wandering eternally if they did not comply with the rites dictated by their ancestors. Anubis, with his scales, stood ready to weigh the hearts of the deceased against the feather of Ma'at, the embodiment of truth. The thought of their hearts being heavier than the feather sent shivers down their spines, a haunting reminder of the consequences of a life led astray. With the flickering of oil lamps casting eerie shadows, the funerary rituals began. The priests, clad in ceremonial linen, invoked the name of Anubis, calling upon him to protect the deceased. Their voices echoed through the dim chambers, the sound reverberating like a heartbeat in the stillness. As they poured sacred water over the body, the air thickened with the scent of myrrh and frankincense, conjuring images of the afterlife. Yet, beneath that sacred aroma lurked the pungent scent of decay, a visceral reminder of mortality that clung to them like a shroud. As the body was laid to rest in the crypt, the mourners' faces reflected a myriad of emotions. Sorrow, yes, but also a profound fear of what lay beyond. Some whispered prayers, seeking Anubis's favor, while others cast wary glances at the shadows, half expecting to see the jackal's form emerge. He was not merely a figure of death, he was the embodiment of their deepest fears, a reminder that every heartbeat brought them one step closer to the end. Legends spoke of Anubis stalking the desolate paths of the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, where lost souls lingered in terror. It was said that he ferried the spirits across the waters of chaos, his jackal form striking a figure of eerie grace against the darkness. Those who had wronged in life trembled at the thought of his judgment. Would he guide them gently, or would he unleash the fierce hounds of the underworld upon them, forever banishing them from the light? In the quiet solitude of the tomb, a sense of dread settled upon the living. They were acutely aware that their actions, good or ill, shaped their own fates in the great cosmic balance. The tales of Anubis echoed in the recesses of their minds, chilling them to the bone. What if their hearts were indeed heavy with guilt? The thought was almost unbearable, a crushing weight that lingered even as they attempted to honor their lost loved ones. Each funeral procession felt like a dance with fear, a macabre celebration of life intertwined with the looming specter of death. The mourners would walk solemnly through the streets, their faces veiled in despair, the distant howls of jackals echoing eerily in the night. Children would clutch their parents' hands tightly, eyes wide with both curiosity and terror, wondering if the mythic creature truly lurked in the shadows of their village, watching, judging. As the ancient Egyptians buried their dead, they etched intricate hieroglyphs onto the walls of tombs, each symbol a prayer for safe passage. Anubis presided over these rituals, ensuring that the essence of the deceased would not be lost. The fear of becoming a restless spirit, doomed to wander, drove them to carve his likeness alongside their own, a protective charm against the darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. Yet, for all the fear he inspired, Anubis also brought a sense of comfort. He was a reminder that death, while frightening, was not the end. In the grasp of fear, there lay a flicker of hope that the afterlife held a promise of peace. The balance between fear and solace danced vividly within the hearts of the living, as they sought to understand the nature of existence itself. Anubis, with his stoic presence, became more than just a deity. He was the mirror reflecting humanity's deepest anxieties. As the ancient Egyptians faced their mortality, they were met with a paradox. To fear death was to recognize its significance, and within that fear lay the power to honor the lives that had come before, to respect the cycle of existence and the fragile nature of the human experience. With every heartbeat, the anticipation of what lay beyond grew, a tantalizing dance of fear and reverence. Anubis, a constant in their lives, thrived in this tension. The echo of whispers about him would never fully fade, intertwining their mortality with the eternal. And so, the people continued their rituals, forever caught in the magnetic pull of Anubis's fearful gaze, aware that the line between life and death was but a heartbeat away, stretching infinitely into the dark unknown. In the dim light of a flickering candle, the air thick with incense, the figure of Anubis looms large. His jackal head, a fusion of mystery and ancient wisdom, threatens to step out from the walls, adorned with hieroglyphs. As the flames dance, shadows flicker across the room, each flicker echoing the pulse of the past. Anubis, the guardian of the underworld, stands vigilant, a sentinel between the realms of the living and the departed. His name, whispered through centuries, carries the weight of 1,000 souls. He was not merely a deity, he was a guide, a protector, and a harbinger of transformation. In the quiet moments when a soul drifts from the warmth of life, Anubis is there, an ever-watchful presence, ready to lead them through the labyrinth of the afterlife. The ancient Egyptians revered him as the one who weighed the hearts of the dead against the feather of Ma'at, the embodiment of truth. The heartbeat of this ritual reverberated in their temples, where priests called upon his name, believing his essence would protect the deceased on their journey beyond. In modern spirituality, Anubis emerges anew, shedding the dust of time while still holding the echoes of his past. Practitioners of various faiths and beliefs look to him for guidance, not merely as a figure from mythology, but as a powerful archetype embodying transition and renewal. When life feels overwhelming, chaotic, or sorrowful, one might light a candle in his honor, seeking his presence in their darkest moments. It is in these fleeting moments of connection that his spirit shines the brightest, offering solace and understanding. Each year, as the autumn leaves fade and the frost begins to settle, the veil between worlds grows thin. In this sacred time, many call upon Anubis, inviting him into their sacred spaces, their rituals, and their dreams. They speak to him from the depths of their hearts, asking for strength and courage to face their fears, to confront their shadows. The air crackles with energy, and those present can almost hear his comforting whispers, guiding them through their pain, reminding them that every ending is but a step toward a new beginning. Anubis manifests in many ways in modern rituals. His symbols, like the Ankh and the Eye of Horus, adorn altars and sacred spaces, mingling with crystals and candles that flicker with hope. When one feels lost, they may meditate on his image, envisioning his strong, protective form standing at the threshold, ready to lead them through their own personal darkness. He offers not just comfort in sorrow, but also wisdom in moments of doubt. As the world grows more chaotic, the desire to connect with spiritual traditions deepens. Anubis becomes a beacon for those seeking clarity amidst confusion. He encourages them to face their fears and to embrace the transformations that life demands. With each chant, each prayer, the energy in the room shifts, vibrating with the echoes of an ancient past while encompassing the struggles of the present. In circles of modern witches and spiritual seekers, Anubis's name is often invoked during rituals of protection and release. Participants gather, hearts racing, as they call upon the ancient energy to cleanse their spaces from negativity and to guide their intentions. As the candles flicker, the air thick with anticipation, Anubis stands vigilant, a guardian of their hopes and fears. Those gathered feel a collective breath, a shared heartbeat, as they weave together their intentions, trusting in the guidance of the enigmatic deity. Even in dreams, Anubis visits those yearning for answers. In the quiet hours of the night, souls may find themselves standing at the brink of a vast desert, where the sands whisper secrets of their past. Anubis, with his steady gaze, stands beside them, urging them forward. In these dreams, he becomes a mentor, teaching them to confront what they have long avoided. The lessons learned in these surreal landscapes resonate deeply, leaving lasting impressions when dawn breaks. There are stories shared in hushed tones about those who have felt his presence in their lives. Individuals recount experiences where they sensed a shift, a spirit guiding them away from despair and toward hope. They speak of signs, like the sudden appearance of a jackal statue, or the feeling of a warm breeze on a cold night, that confirm they are not alone in their struggles. Anubis, they believe, is always watching, always protecting, always guiding. As the candlelight flickers low, the shadows lengthen, and the world outside fades into silence. The connection to Anubis grows palpable, and with it, a shared understanding among all who seek his wisdom. He's not just a relic of the past, he is a living force, a guide for the soul, reminding all that they are part of a much larger tapestry, woven through time and space. When the heart aches from loss or fear, Anubis stands ready, not as a figure confined to ancient texts, but as a dynamic force that resonates with the struggles of the modern soul. His role transcends the boundaries of history, connecting every seeker, every lost soul, with the profound truth that transformation is a constant cycle, and that with every ending comes the promise of a new beginning. As the candle burns lower, and the shadows lengthen once more, the air thickens with anticipation. Anubis, ever patient, awaits the next soul ready to embrace the unfolding path before them. A reminder that the passage between life and death is not a barrier, but a gentle transition, guided by a watchful protector who has always been there and will continue to be as souls wander through their journeys. In the flickering light of a campfire, shadows dance and twist, playing against the rugged outlines of ancient stone. The air is thick with whispers of the past, echoing tales of a figure who straddled the line between life and death, guiding souls to the afterlife. This figure, with a jackal's head and human body, looms large not only in the sands of Egypt but also in the hidden corners of cultures that span continents and centuries. Anubis, the enigmatic god of mummification and the afterlife, reaches out, brushing against the beliefs and traditions of distant lands, leaving an indelible mark that stirs the imagination. In ancient Greece, while philosophers debated the essence of life and the nature of existence, Anubis quietly slipped into their thoughts. The Greeks had their own deities of the underworld, Hades, with his somber demeanor and shadowy realm. But when they encountered stories of Anubis, a chilling fascination took root. The Greeks adopted elements of his image, crafting a hybrid figure who would guard their tombs and usher souls into the afterlife. They spoke of him in hushed tones, intertwining his story with their myths, creating a tapestry rich with symbolism. Anubis became both a warning and a comfort, a reminder of the fine line between life and death. The Romans, ever eager to incorporate the gods and beliefs of others, soon found themselves enchanted by Anubis as well. As they expanded their empire, they stumbled upon the mysteries of Egypt, and the jackal-headed god whispered to them through the sands. The Romans depicted him in their art, etching his image into stone, revealing a blend of reverence and curiosity. In their bustling cities, where the clamor of life drowned out the whispers of the dead, Anubis became a symbol of protection. He was not just a god, he was a guardian figure who watched over the graves of the fallen, ensuring they found peace in the afterlife. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the Mesoamerican cultures, shrouded in their own enigmatic mythologies, bore witness to a parallel figure, a god of the dead known as Xolotl, who bore striking similarities to Anubis. Both deities shared the role of psychopomp, guiding souls through the treacherous passage to their final resting place. It was as if Anubis's essence had traveled through time and space, weaving together the beliefs of different peoples. The stories of both gods spoke of sacrifice, of the delicate balance between life and death, resonating with the human experience in profound ways. In the far reaches of the East, Anubis's influence beckoned to the followers of Buddhism and Hinduism, where the cycle of life, death, and rebirth took center stage. While these traditions did not adopt Anubis directly, the themes he embodied, the journey of the soul, the importance of proper burial rites, found a home in their teachings. The reverence for the deceased echoed through the streets of ancient India and China, where spirits were honored and rituals performed to ensure safe passage for the souls of loved ones. Anubis lingered in the background, a silent guardian watching over the hearts of the faithful. As time marched on, the Renaissance brought a renewed interest in the classics and, with it, a resurgence of Anubis's presence. Artists and thinkers, drunk on the beauty of ancient Egypt, began to depict him in their work, breathing life into his image. Paintings flourished, sculptures sprung forth from marble, and literature waxed lyrical about the enigmatic god. Anubis became a muse for those yearning to capture the essence of mortality, the fleeting nature of existence. The pulse of life quickened, and the echoes of Anubis echoed louder, stirring an artistic revival steeped in mystery and reverence. Even in the modern era, amidst the clamor of technology and rapid change, Anubis found ways to slip into the collective consciousness. Movies and literature shaped the perception of death and the afterlife, and the figure of Anubis emerged as both protector and harbinger of doom. The fear of the unknown mingled with fascination, inviting contemporary audiences to grapple with their own mortality. Anubis's ancient visage continued to haunt the dreams of many, a reminder that death is not to be feared but understood, a passage, not an end. And so, the influence of Anubis transcended the boundaries of time and culture, weaving a rich tapestry of interconnected beliefs. From the whispering winds of the Egyptian desert to the bustling streets of Rome, from the sacred rituals of Mesoamerica to the contemplative halls of Eastern philosophy, Anubis stood as a bridge between worlds. His legacy, alive in art, literature, and thought, sparked emotions that ignited passion and fear alike. Each culture that embraced him added brushstrokes to his ever-evolving image, creating a figure that was both timeless and boundless, forever intertwined with the stories of humanity. The shadows of the past beckon and fade, yet Anubis remains, watching over those who seek to understand the mysteries of life and death. As the flickering firelight dances, casting shadows that stretch long into the night, the conversation shifts to what lies beyond the grave, to the whispers of the dead that linger on the lips of the living. Anubis, with his enigmatic presence, invites them to ponder the eternal dance between existence and oblivion, stirring something deep within, a yearning to uncover what lies at the end of the path, just beyond the veil. In the flickering shadows of a dimly lit tomb, the air hangs heavy, thick with the scent of age and secrets long buried. A lone figure stands, cloaked in mystery and power, watching over the transition from life to the unknown. This figure, with a head resembling that of a jackal, is Anubis, the ancient Egyptian god whose very essence pulses with the themes of transformation and rebirth. His presence sends shivers down the spine, not out of fear, but from a profound understanding of the role he plays in the cycle of existence. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, the shadows lengthen, and the world prepares to slip into the embrace of night. Anubis, guardian of the afterlife, oversees the sacred rituals that breathe life into the barren bones of the deceased. He is not merely a harbinger of death, he is a guide through the enigmatic passage that leads souls to their next existence. The stillness is palpable, charged with the energy of those who have come before, echoing the whispers of their journeys. His jackal head is not just a mask, but a symbol of keen intuition and the instinctual understanding of life's fleeting nature. In ancient Egypt, the heart was the seat of the soul, weighed against the feather of Ma'at during the judgment of the dead. As the scales tip ever so slightly, one can almost hear the heart's frantic beating, a reminder of the life lived, the choices made. Anubis stands vigilant, his dark eyes fixed on the scales, ensuring that the journey of the departed is just and true. Each soul that passes through his realm carries the weight of their existence, joy, regret, love, and loss. It is Anubis who ushers them through this rite of passage, his hands steady and reassuring. Around him, priests chant incantations, their voices rising and falling like the gentle waves of a river. The air vibrates with ancient hymns, each word laced with the power to evoke transformation. The rituals are not mere acts of remembrance. They are threads woven into the tapestry of life and death, binding the living to the departed. With each chant, Anubis becomes more than a deity. He transforms into a bridge between worlds, a beacon for the souls lost in the dark. In the flickering light of oil lamps, the faces of mourners reveal a mosaic of sorrow and hope. Tears flow freely, but amid the grief lies the unwavering belief in rebirth. It is here, in this sacred space, that the true power of Anubis is felt. He represents not only the end of one life, but the promise of another, a cycle eternally turning. His figure, often depicted with a black hue, symbolizes the richness of the fertile Nile soil, a reminder that from death springs new life, as crops grow from the ground nourished by the past. In tombs adorned with intricate hieroglyphs, Anubis is immortalized, his image a constant reminder of the journey beyond. Each carving tells a story, a testament to the belief that life is a series of transformations. With every stroke of the artisan's chisel, the essence of Anubis resonates, a protector, a judge, a harbinger of new beginnings. Those who gaze upon these images can almost feel the weight of their ancestors, witnessing the trials they've faced, the love they shared, and the legacies they left behind. At the center of it all lies the sacred ritual of embalming, a process both meticulous and profound. The priests, under the watchful eye of Anubis, prepare the body for its next chapter, preserving it through the art of mummification. The act itself is a powerful symbol of transformation, as the physical body is altered to ensure the spirit can continue its journey unencumbered. Each incision, every carefully placed layer of linen, is infused with intention, as if whispering promises of rebirth into the quiet stillness of the tomb. As the moon rises, casting silver beams across the land, whispers of the past fill the air. Anubis, standing tall and resolute, embodies the very essence of transformation. He is a guardian of secrets, the keeper of the mysteries that lie beyond the veil of life. His presence is a gentle reminder that death is not an end, but a transformation, a passing through the threshold into the unknown. It stirs an emotion deep within, a sense of reverence for the cycle of existence that binds all living beings. The stories of those who have passed flow like a river around Anubis, each soul carrying its unique narrative. The echoes of laughter, the warmth of love, the sharp pang of loss, all intertwine in a symphony only he can hear. With every heart that beats, there exists a connection, a reminder that transformation is not just for the dead, but for the living as well. Anubis, in his steadfast watchfulness, teaches the living to embrace their own transformations, to shed the skins of past selves and step into the light of new beginnings. The night deepens, and the atmosphere thickens with anticipation. As the rituals reach their zenith, the very earth seems to hold its breath, waiting for the moment when Anubis will guide yet another soul through the gates of eternity. In that sacred space, time ceases to exist. Past, present, and future converge in a single heartbeat. Anubis, the guardian of transformation, stands as a sentinel of hope, illuminating the darkness with the promise of rebirth. With each soul he guides, the wheel of life continues to turn, a dance of death and rebirth that echoes through eternity. The stories etched in stone and whispered in the dark capture the profound truth that every ending is but a new beginning. Anubis, with his unwavering presence, reminds all that transformation is the essence of existence. As the last notes of the rituals fade into silence, the air crackles with potential, hinting at the next chapter yet to be written. A cold wind whispered through the ancient streets of Cairo, carrying with it the tales of lost souls and the heavy burden of the past. Under the shadows of grand temples and crumbling monuments, whispers of Anubis lingered like an echo, a reminder of a time when gods walked among mortals, guiding them through the veil of life and death. He was the jackal-headed god, the protector of the dead, and the harbinger of truth. Yet now, in this modern age, Anubis finds himself in a remarkable metamorphosis, as belief in him shifts like the sands of the desert. In the bustling cafes, where the air is thick with the aroma of strong coffee and spiced pastries, there are conversations that spark with excitement and intrigue. Young seekers of knowledge debate the relevance of ancient deities in their lives, their eyes shining with the flicker of curiosity. Anubis, once confined to the pages of history, emerges as a symbol of mystery and guidance. The ancient stories that once filled the tombs now weave their way into the tapestry of modern spirituality, and Anubis stands at the center of this revival. With the rise of interest in ancient wisdom, Anubis has become more than a relic of the past. He embodies the essence of transition, helping people navigate their own life journeys, just as he did for the souls of the departed. People visit shrines adorned with images of him, lighting candles and offering prayers, seeking solace in the idea that they are not alone in their struggles. The modern seeker faces fears and uncertainties, and in Anubis they find a figure who understands the darkness that can creep into life. In this evolving belief system, Anubis takes on new roles. He becomes a guide for those going through transitions, be it the ending of a relationship, a career change, or the loss of a loved one. In moments of despair, when the weight of grief feels insurmountable, the image of Anubis offers comfort. He reminds them that endings often lead to new beginnings. He is not just a guardian of the dead, but a symbol of hope for the living. As night falls over the ancient city, the streets come alive with a different energy. Groups gather around flickering bonfires, sharing stories that stretch beyond time. The flickering flames illuminate faces filled with wonder as they recount tales of Anubis guiding lost souls through the afterlife. The stories blend with laughter and tears, creating an atmosphere thick with emotion. His presence is felt in every word, every heartbeat, as people express their deepest fears and dreams. One woman, holding a small statue of Anubis in her hands, closes her eyes and whispers her wishes into the night. She speaks of a loved one gone too soon, her voice trembling with longing. In that moment, she feels a connection, as if Anubis himself is listening, wrapping her in a cloak of understanding. The tears that fall are not just of sorrow. They are also of release, a way to let go of what cannot be changed. Anubis becomes her beacon, guiding her through the fog of grief, reminding her that even in loss, there is the potential for renewal. The allure of Anubis reaches far beyond the borders of Egypt. In distant lands, people find themselves drawn to his mythos, the powerful symbolism resonating with their own spiritual quests. The internet buzzes with discussions, workshops, and art inspired by the ancient god. Tattoos of Anubis adorn the skin of those seeking protection, the jackal a fierce guardian against the trials of life. On social media, hashtags celebrate not only his history, but his significance today, a bridge between the past and the future. In the quiet corners of the world, practitioners of modern spirituality incorporate Anubis into their rituals. Guided meditations invoke his presence as participants visualize him, leading them through their fears and uncertainties. Crystals charged with his energy are used for protection and clarity, while altars adorned with symbols of the afterlife serve as a reminder of the cyclical nature of existence. The reverence for Anubis is palpable, a testament to humanity's enduring need for connection with the divine. In stark contrast, there are those who approach Anubis with a sense of skepticism. They wonder how an ancient god can hold relevance in an age dominated by science and reason. Yet even in their doubts, they feel a magnetic pull towards the mysteries of life and death. Anubis stands as a reminder that not everything can be explained, that some truths linger just beyond the reach of logic. In their hearts, they sense an essence that transcends time, a longing for something greater than themselves. As the world spins forward, the understanding of Anubis transforms, merging history with belief in a beautiful dance. He exists in the collective consciousness, a guardian not just of the dead, but of all who seek understanding in a complex world. The anxious hearts of modern seekers resonate with the ancient rhythms as they find comfort in the wisdom of the past. Each candle lit, each prayer offered, carries the weight of countless souls who have sought solace in Anubis. His future is intertwined with the hopes and dreams of humanity, a testament to the resilience of the spirit. Within the chambers of the heart, he walks alongside them, whispering that they are not alone, that they are part of a greater narrative, a story that continues to unfold, overflowing with potential and promise. As dawn begins to break, the first rays of sunlight spill over the horizon, illuminating the symbols of Anubis etched into the very fabric of existence. The cycle of life and death continues, and with it, the enduring legacy of a god who refuses to fade into obscurity. Anubis, the ever-watchful guardian, remains a powerful figure, steadfastly guiding those who seek his presence, lighting the way through the shadows of uncertainty and fear, breathing life into their spirits as they face what lies ahead. The stillness of the tomb wrapped around Anubis like a shroud, echoing with whispers of the past. The weight of ages pressed down like the heavy stone of the sarcophagus, which housed the secrets of the dead. Shadows danced across the walls, flickering in the dim light of the torches carried by the priests. Each flame cast a haunting glow, illuminating the intricate hieroglyphs that told stories of the afterlife, journeys through the duat, and the eternal struggle against chaos. The air was thick with the scent of myrrh and incense, a potent reminder of the rituals that bound the living to the dead. Anubis stood tall, his jackal head a symbol of guardianship, fear, and reverence. The trials before him were as ancient as the sands of Egypt, where the Nile whispered the names of pharaohs long gone. Today, however, it was not the pharaohs who were to be judged, but a soul seeking passage into the afterlife. The heart, weighed against the feather of Ma'at, would reveal the truth of its deeds. This was the final trial, where the fabric of existence trembled at the outcomes. Would the heart be light as a feather, or would it plunge into the depths of the underworld, swallowed by Amit, the devourer of souls? The air crackled with tension as the soul stepped forward, trembling yet resolute. Anubis felt the weight of every gaze upon him, the silent prayers of those who had come to witness the trial. The priests chanted softly, their voices a melodic incantation that filled the space with a sense of purpose. A single candle flickered, casting shadows that seemed to shift with the rhythm of the chants. Anubis's heart, if he had one beneath that canine visage, would have raced with anticipation. Each soul bore its own history, a tapestry woven from choices made and paths taken. As the soul approached, Anubis regarded it with a gaze that pierced through the veil of its existence. Memories flooded his mind, the laughter of children, whispered regrets, love lost, and moments of courage. The soul, a mere whisper of its former self, carried the weight of its history, a burden that would ultimately define its fate. Anubis felt the familiar tug of empathy. Every soul, no matter how flawed, was deserving of dignity. But dignity alone would not spare one from judgment. A hush fell over the gathering as the moment of truth arrived. The heart was placed delicately upon the scales, the golden feather glistening in the torchlight. Anubis felt the pulse of the universe in that stillness, a reminder of the balance that governed all things. The priests leaned closer, eyes wide with anticipation. Sweat trickled down their brows, each bead a testament to the gravity of what was unfolding. Suddenly, a shudder ran through the air, an electric charge that made the hairs on the back of Anubis's neck stand on end. The scales trembled, tipping slightly to one side before settling back into balance. The collective breath of the crowd held like a held secret. Anubis's heart raced with the thrill of uncertainty. Had the scales spoken, or was it merely a moment of trepidation, a fleeting whisper of doubt? In that profound moment, the soul's life flashed before Anubis's eyes, each memory a vivid burst of emotion. The first time it had laughed, the warmth of a long-forgotten embrace, the sting of betrayal. Each moment weighed heavily, and Anubis found himself reflecting on the nature of existence. The beauty, the sorrow, the fleeting joy. It was a tapestry woven with threads of pain and love, and Anubis understood that every soul was a universe unto itself. As the heart settled, Anubis sensed a deeper truth rising within him. The trials were not merely about the judgment of actions. They were a reflection of the soul's journey, a testament to its transformation. The feather, a symbol of Ma'at, represented not just truth, but the potential for redemption. The crowd remained frozen, their hopes and fears mingling in the heavy air. The moment stretched, tinged with an electric tension that made the heart ache with longing. What would be the final verdict? Would the soul be welcomed into the field of reeds, a paradise of eternal peace, or would it face the darkness of oblivion? As the silent plea for mercy echoed through the chamber, Anubis felt the weight of his role as the guardian. The responsibility was immense, and yet, within that weight, lay the essence of his purpose. The heart thudded quietly on the scales as a low rumble reverberated through the tomb, like the distant sound of thunder signaling a storm. The air thickened, charged with a deep foreboding. Anubis, in all his wisdom, understood that this was but the beginning. The final trial held secrets beyond reckoning, and every soul faced not just judgment but the potential for transformation. The priests exchanged anxious glances, the tension palpable. The feather glimmered ominously, and the heart quivered as though it possessed a will of its own. With every passing heartbeat, the air grew heavier, thick with the weight of unspoken fears and dreams unfulfilled. Anubis felt the pulse of the universe resonate within him, a reminder that he was not merely a judge, but a guide through the labyrinth of existence. As the moments stretched out, Anubis's mind raced with the possibilities of what lay ahead. The soul's journey was not merely a passage to the afterlife, it was a reflection of countless lives intertwined, a web of stories that connected the living and the dead. The choices made in life reverberated through eternity, and in that moment, Anubis understood the beauty and tragedy of existence. The scales creaked, as if they too sensed the enormity of the moment. With the flicker of shadows and the whispered hopes of 1,000 souls, Anubis prepared to reveal the truth. The air crackled with anticipation, a storm of emotions swirling about them. Each breath drawn was filled with the weight of fate, the tension so thick it could be cut with a knife. And, amidst the chaos, Anubis remained steadfast, a guardian not just of the dead, but of the stories that bound them all together, a silent witness to the trials of the heart.